Thank you. Welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council. My name is Councillor Peter Fain. I'm the chair of the council, and my vice chair on my left is Councillor Peter Sanford. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and we also allow recording by those present, filming, photography. So long as the meeting is not disrupted, please ensure that your phone is on silent. Please, would you keep your microphone switched off until you're invited to speak. If participating remotely when you're invited to address the meeting, make sure your microphone and camera are switched on. And when you finish, please turn your microphone and camera off. Members attending remotely, I don't see any, and I'm sure they know the rules. Those in the chamber should indicate their wish to speak by raising their hand, and I'll ask the Vice Chair to record the order of speaking. The chat facility should not be used for any other purpose. We may, however, use it for simple amendments, so we can show those to you, or we'll put those on the screen. Complex amendments should hopefully have been shared with Democratic Services already. When we move to a vote on any item and there is not clear affirmation, I'll state that a recorded vote will be taken, and members will be well aware that they will then vote electronically, selecting for, against or abstain. I will give you guidance on that at the time, and the result will be displayed subsequently. So the meeting is quorate and we will proceed. Item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillors MacDonald, van der Weyer, Hawkins, Cone, Harvey and Wilson.
Members aware of any other apologies? I think everyone else is here. Item 2, declarations of interest. Do any members have interest to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. The usual interest in item number 10, the Great Cambridge Partnership. I'm Assembly member, but also in relations to items 7A and the second motion 14B. I do have non-registrable interests concerning those items, but it does not affect my view of the wider public interest, and I've taken advice from the monitoring officer.
Thank you. Leader.
Thank you. In relation to item 7A, I have a disclosed pecuniary interest, and I will leave the chamber.
Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Like the leader, I will not be taking part in item 7A and will be leaving the chamber.
Any other declarations of interest? I have a declaration. Oh. Councillor Leeming.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just disclose in relation to item 14B that I work for the Wildlife Trust, and although it has no inheritance relevance, they are a landowner. Thank you.
Any other declarations of interest? Councillor Warren Green.
I had a chat with the monitoring officer as well about 14B. I have no registrable interests. I won't be leaving the chamber, but I do have an interest in being a client of farmer services within the equine industry.
Right. Thank you for that. Any other declarations of interest? I will be declaring interest myself in item 7A and also in item 14B, a DPI in each case, so I will be leaving the room and my Vice Chair will take over the chair for those items.
But Chair, can I raise a point of order, please?
Please.
Point of order on disclosable pecuniary interests in motions. The motion in 14B does not relate to anything over which this council has got any power whatsoever. Whether we approve this motion or not approve this motion, this council is not exercising any power. Therefore, I'm concerned that any member would feel they have a disclosable pecuniary interest in a motion where the council is not exercising any power. I can completely understand why there'd be disclosable pecuniary interest under item 7, but under motions where this is not something the council is responsible for. I don't see how any member, yourself included, could possibly have a disclosable pecuniary interest.
Well, I think I'm going to turn to our monitoring officer for advice on that. John.
Thank you. Member makes a good point. Ultimately, declarations are a matter for members, and I think it is in the best interest of members, considering their known principles, to make those declarations. That's the advice that I've been providing, and I think the public will welcome seeing members be transparent about this matter. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Just to come back on one thing. I mean, case of Kelton and Wiltshire County Council, there was a councillor who sat on a planning committee, and that councillor was a director of a company that stood to benefit from the planning application before the committee. And the High Court held that that councillor did not have a disclosable pecuniary interest that was touched by Section 31 of the Local Government Act, and neither did they have a disclosable pecuniary interest to common law. So I really do worry we're being advised here that disclosable pecuniary interests are arising in cases where they're clearly not, as in the case of 14A, because nothing we do has any effect on inheritance tax for farms.
I find those comments very helpful. I will still be declaring a disclosable pecuniary interest, leaving the room for 14B myself. As the monitoring officer says, it is a decision for each member, and perhaps that's a matter for members to review in future in the light of any information that may come to us. Can we then move on? And of course, if any interest subsequently becomes apparent later in the meeting, please raise it at that point. Item 3, minutes, which you'll find on pages 11 onwards of your printed sheets. So to approve the minutes of the last council meeting, do members have any amendments to these minutes? Councillor Baggot.
Thank you, Chairman. So on page 20, item 13J, I had asked a question about additional staffing costs arising from the 4-day week. The answer that I was given, I don't think the summary of it in the minutes, which is basically the portfolio holder responded that the whole trial had been based on the premise that no additional employees would be required. That's a factually correct statement, but I don't think it fully or accurately summarises what I'd been told in the meeting. And looking through the minutes of various other meetings, so for example, the Employment and Staffing Committee on 29th of February on page 20, and also the Employment and Staffing Committee from Monday the 15th of July on pages 31 and 32, those minutes show that the answer I was given had been factually incorrect. And I would like somebody to go through the recording of the meeting and then revise what's been written in these minutes. And then if a factually incorrect statement had been made, to make a note that that had been the case.
Well, shall we just see whether we can resolve this straight away? I'm sorry, I'll come to other councillors in a minute. I wonder whether Councillor John Williams, whose response is at issue here, would like to comment on that.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I don't believe my answer was factually incorrect. As the minute says, Councillor Bygott referred specifically to additional staff having to cover non-working days. This is in relation to his original question, which was about staff working more than 30 hours. Now, I took that to mean us covering posts when the post holder had a non-working day. The matter of employing additional crews and vehicles to enable curbside collection over 4 days is, in my mind, something completely different to that and was not related to the original question that Councillor Bygott asked.
So, Councillor Bygott, do you propose any minor amendment to these minutes before we put them forward for
Well,
approval?
could I just make a point of information under paragraph 15.1? It actually says in the minutes, as a supplementary question, Councillor Bygott asked whether additional staff had been required to cover non-working days. That was the supplementary question, it was not the original question. So what I'm referring to is the original question.
That is a rather technical point as to whether it was a supplementary or part of the original question. My view, for what it's worth, is that these minutes do not need amending and that we can sort that matter out outside of this meeting. Councillor Bygott, do you accept that?
I think it would be best if somebody looks at the recording and then maybe we can approve these minutes at the next meeting.
Councillor Heather Williams. I will come to Councillor Dan Lentel afterwards. Just before you speak. Councillor Lentel, is this a different matter that you would... Okay, so let's resolve this first.
Thank you, Chair. I have seen the recording myself, and also I would say that the supplementary question of Councillor Bygott is not accurately reflected in its sense that it actually, Councillor Bygott's supplementary question asked about if it was to become permanent, what would the extra staffing requirements be, as Councillor Bygott has explained, and there is evidence in other reports that extra staff would be required, as the lead member has said, in waste services and others. I think given that there is a complete sort of incomplete record of this here that is agreeable, I think potentially we could agree, subject to revision by the Chair and Vice Chair, to look at that part of the recording and see if those are accurate and amend as accordingly in consultation with Councillor Bygott and Councillor John Williams, if that would be an agreeable way forward for everybody.
Yes, we do have to approve or otherwise these minutes as a whole. So I'll just give Councillor John Williams nothing further to say, I think. So I think we will, at the end of this, have to come to the question of whether we approve these minutes as a whole, and I will, if necessary, take a vote on that. I think I see Councillor Dan Lentel. Moving on. We're still on the minutes, but you had a point to raise on the minutes, I think.
Page 17, Chair. In response to a question, Councillor Mills advised that he would investigate with officers whether the GCP would be taking advice from the Royal National Institute of Blind People on the safety of floating bus stops for blind and partially sighted people. The minutes don't say where Councillor Mills' actions will be recorded.
Do you have a simple addition to those minutes which could cover that?
If Councillor Mills is happy to provide a letter or an email of his actions, that's fine.
Councillor Mills, you look as though you're intending to be helpful.
Yes, I thought I'd dealt with this matter and provided Councillor Lentel with a written answer to his question, his supplementary on this matter, and I'm happy if that gets published more widely.
Apologies, I haven't seen that, but if the minutes want to be changed to reflect that, I will dig out the letter.
Councillor Mills, would the minutes need to be altered slightly to reflect that, or do you...
No, I think I offered a written response at the meeting, which the minutes show, I think.
The minutes show. So, again, we will come to that when we come to...
Did you send a letter?
I have replied to you as far as I'm aware.
I'm afraid I'm not going to take that matter of possible missing correspondence in this meeting. We're just seeking to approve or otherwise these minutes. Councillor Heather Williams.
Sorry, if I could just clarify. So there is a section between 28 and 31 of our report where it says about written responses to questions not put at the council meeting, which are part of the minutes.
What page?
Between pages 28 and 31, I can't see an inclusion of what is being discussed between Councillor Brian Mills and Councillor Dan Lentel in the written. So is this something extra, or is this something that should be in the written part of the responses to questions?
We can, if Councillor Milnes agrees, add this to the written responses to questions not put at Council on 3rd of October. Does that form part of these minutes? We will come to that when we come to the vote on the approval or otherwise of the minutes. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's just a minor amendment. Item 1, apologies, my name is misspelled. Thank you.
The apologies should be by me or by us rather than from you, but thank you for that. John Batchelor. Councillor John Batchelor.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's a somewhat simpler one. My name appears to be missing from the attendance list. To the best of my knowledge, I think I was here, mostly.
I think that particular amendment will be accepted on both sides. Right, I don't see any others. So the question then is, do we approve these minutes as they are? Do I have a proposal to that effect? Councillor Batchelor, a seconder. All in favour? All against? Do you want a recorded vote? Yes, we'll go to a recorded vote on the minutes. Give us a moment while we set up the recorded vote. Right, all members will be aware that if they want to vote to approve those minutes, they vote green. To the contrary, they vote red, and if they wish to abstain on that matter, including perhaps those who are not present at that meeting, yes, then yellow. Just to remind members that the figure... Okay, we'll just take a moment while we sort out one or two registrations.
Not logged on before the vote, they won't be registered to vote. So, Chair, would you like to restart the vote so any members who haven't logged on can vote on this item?
Councillor Bastiari, would you like us to restart the vote so that you can vote? Right, let's wipe out that vote and we will start again. Give us a minute while we do that, and while we're doing that, just a reminder that the figure above the little people on the left is to be ignored. It is meaningless. There are not 67 of us in the meeting, or if there are, I've obviously miscounted.
Is everybody else logged in? Yeah?
Everybody logged in? So we had a proposer and a seconder for the proposal that we approve these minutes as before you. If you're in favour of that, if we could start the vote again. If you're in favour of that, press green. If you're against, press red. If you wish to abstain, press yellow. Have we all voted? Tell me when we've all voted. I take it that everyone has now voted and those minutes are approved. Thank you. So we then move on to announcements from the chair. Well, I'm glad to say I've only one announcement, which is to welcome Councillor James Rixon to his first meeting as the new member for Histon. In Impington, there'll be a formal statement on that later, but welcome and good to see you here today. Any announcements from the leader?
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. So firstly, I'm very pleased to announce that the Labour government has not renewed the best value notice that we had previously. Might be of interest to members that I was at a reception of the District Council network to celebrate 50 years of district councils last night, where the local government minister, Jim McMahon, said in his speech that the new government would not be singling out and shaming councils in future. So I did go and have a chat with him afterwards and said it was good news to hear that. So on things that we've been doing, myself and Liz Watts have signed with Unison an anti-racism charter very recently. This isn't something to take lightly. We had a lot of our staff came, and actually it was quite an emotional thing. You know, it was the emotional tenor in the room was quite palpable. This is something really important. And this charter isn't about just not being racist. It's about being actively anti-racist and calling stuff out and just moving on to that, that slightly, that braver, more proactive stance. And I'm very pleased that we are one of the initial transfer councils to sign this charter with Unison. So, we need to see where we're going with that and make sure that it is meaningful. And I'm very grateful to Chair and Vice Chair of the Employment Committee for their contributions. So, White Ribbon Day event, we've had a raising of flag. I'm really sorry I was tied up doing an interview while that happened today. But again, this is something that, I'm very proud of our council in being proactive in doing this. Other things to be very proud of, we had our second climate conference held in Camborne Hub. Is it last week now? I'm losing track of time. Really, really good turnout of people, and well done to Brian and all the team for organising that. Really excellent speakers, and the time that I was there, I learned a lot, and the feedback we've had has been really positive. So long may that continue. And then last Friday, myself, Liz Watts, and the leaders and chief executives of City, the county, and the mayoral-led combined authority had the first meeting with Peter Freeman of the Cambridge Growth Advisory Council. Yes. Really a sort of initial get to know each other, get everything on the table type meeting. No decisions taken, but it was a start. We pushed very much to making sure there was a strategy. This wasn't just about housing. What is the strategy for economic growth in our area? So I'm sure as time passes there'll be lots more to report back to all members on that. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Leader. Item 4C, any announcements from the Head of Paid Service? None. Thank you. We then move to public questions, and we do welcome public here to taking the trouble to come here and take part in our deliberations and hear from you. So this is item 5, and just before we enter into this, I would remind speakers under this item that any questions or statements, including supplementaries, made at the council meeting must be within the scope of our public speaking scheme, which I think all speakers have seen. In particular, I draw attention to the requirements of part 5.1 of our scheme relating to the scope of questions and supplementaries. It states that a question or statement may be rejected if it's not about a matter for which the local authority has a responsibility or which affects this district. If it is not a matter which falls within the remit of the Cabinet or some committee or subcommittee, may reject it if it is vexatious, defamatory, frivolous, discriminatory, offensive or otherwise inappropriate, and it may be rejected if it raises issues about the competence or performance of a councillor or officer. And if I, as chair, think a speaker is straying outside the scope of the scheme, either in relation to the question or the supplementary, then I will step in initially with a reminder. We have a period of 15 minutes for public questions. And the first public question is from Mr. Lachlan, I think. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, who's in the chamber with us today. Mr. Lachlan, would you like to ask your question?
Thank you, Chair. For context, I'm a small retail business owner and employer. And I'm sure members are well aware that employers are being loaded with ever more additional employment taxes and pseudo-taxes, and the recent budget makes my question even more pertinent than it was when I submitted it. My question concerns the 4-day work week scheme that allows South Cambs District Council staff to work 4 days while receiving 5 days pay. Firstly, does the council recognise that this scheme undermines local employers in the private sector who work a full 5-day week and require their employees to do the same, potentially setting an unaffordable and inflationary precedent? There's also a concern that this approach may not provide the best value for taxpayers, as it reduces the level of service available to local businesses and residents without a corresponding reduction in costs. So secondly, regarding current and future value for money assessments of this scheme, now that central government is no longer overseeing the trial, how will the council ensure that these assessments are genuinely independent? What steps are in place to ensure that any assessment is free from influence or bias? And will the council commit to a fully transparent review process where external stakeholders are involved, findings are made available to taxpayers and local employers, and any conflicts of interests are managed openly? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Leader, I think you're going to ask Councillor John Williams to answer this. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your question. We are the first to trial the 4-day working week in the public sector in the UK. However, there have been major trials in the UK in the private sector. This involved companies of a range of sizes in different commercial sectors. That trial was a great success. Of the 61 companies that participated, 56, that is 92%, continued with the 4-day week when the trial finished. Companies taking part in the trial reported improved staff well-being, improved recruitment and retention, and improved revenue growth. That success has prompted a second private sector trial of 17 companies, which started on the 4th of November and is ongoing. There is now considerable support available for any private sector employer looking to see if adopting a 4-day working week might help them remain competitive. The model of 4-day week that the council has trialled is one where officers do 100% of the work in 85% of the time for 100% of the pay. We have achieved this through improving productivity and adopting new ways of working. Improved productivity is a strong counter-inflationary measure, and our improved productivity here at South Cambs has meant that throughout the 4-day week trial, we are doing our part to help drive inflation down. This improved productivity has also meant that we haven't reduced the level of services for our residents. We have been carefully measuring performance throughout the trial, and the results have shown that in most areas, our performance has either remained the same or improved. Just one example of this being that we have increased our telephone opening hours and now have a 24-hour web chat facility on our website as we make the best use both of our people and emerging technology. You rightly highlight the importance of the council delivering best value to residents and of ensuring independent scrutiny of the results. Until recently, the council was required to supply almost 200 pieces of data to the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government every week. They then inspected that data to ensure that what we were saying about our performance was correct. On top of that, the council has published this data openly on our website so that anyone can review it. We have also provided our data to 2 universities who subjected it to detailed analysis and produced reports that are again openly available on our website. So openness and transparency have been an intrinsic part of the way we have trialled the 4-day week from the start, with independent scrutiny coming from government, the public and 2 universities.
Thank you. Mr. Lucking, did you want to ask a short supplementary question that arises from your original question?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thanks for that response. I appreciate that there can be benefits to working a 4-day week. My point is more around the effect that it has on local employers. The employment ecosystem is fragile, and it's not appropriate, I think, to have a large public employer setting the pace for private sector employers, and it will have a major impact on it. I would like to re-ask the second part of my question, that this needs to be discussed among local private sector employers to make sure that the actions of the council aren't disturbing the employment ecosystem in a way that is not sustainable for them.
Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as I've explained, public sector has actually been leading the 4-day week trial. It was the public sector that, the private sector has been leading the 4-day week trial. It's been the private sector that we have followed. And it is clear from the private sector that the 4-day week does bring improvements to the bottom line for those companies that have taken part. There are a number of employers who have nationally introduced the 4-day week and have said that it has improved their productivity and has improved their income. So I have to say that I don't necessarily agree that that we are having an effect on the local employment situation for the private sector, and in fact, you can see that we continue to find a very thriving private sector in South Cambs, with many SMEs starting, and we give a lot of support to those SMEs through various ways through our business teams. And as I say, at the moment, I can see no effect on the private sector. Sure, if you do, feel that there is an effect, then please bring it to our attention. But at the moment, we cannot see that our scheme is having any impact, as you suggest.
Mr. Lackland, you heard Councillor Williams say that if you have further information on this, please bring it to our attention. So meanwhile, thank you very much for your question on your supplementary. And the next question is from Dr. Brian Cameron. Dr. Cameron, yes, do come forward. Thank you. Dr. Cameron, please ask your question.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I submitted a question for Councillor Smith, the Leader of the Council. Does Councillor Smith agree that the Council should not discriminate against people with protected characteristics?
Leader.
I'll stand up so I can see you. So thank you very much for your question, Dr. Cameron. So we're always really careful to ensure that when policies are introduced or changed and decisions we make or initiatives which we start, that we really carefully consider the potential impact on people with protected characteristics. This normally involves the drafting of an equality impact assessment, which ensures that the potential impacts are fully explored. Where it's appropriate, the Council will also consult with groups that represent and support people with protected characteristics to get their input and their guidance. Where needed, at times we also obtain independent advice, and occasionally that has to include specialist legal advice just to make sure that our decisions are sound. But we recognise, of course, that there can always be cases where some people in a protected group may feel that a particular policy could have gone further in addressing their specific needs. So, thank you.
Dr. Cameron, do you want to ask a short supplementary question that arises from your original question?
Yes, please. Thank you, Councillor Smith. What would the Leader of the Council do if she had documentary evidence showing that Council officers had misadvised her, prompting her to engage in disability discrimination against a member of the public?
Leader, I'm conscious of the fact that that might be a question about the performance or competence of an officer or member of the council, but we'll leave it to you to interpret whether that is a question you can answer.
So if there it's, be careful to say how to put this. if there's a specific case to which you're referring, which I'm not aware of, then, please ask my monitoring officer to bring it to my attention. Thank you.
Yes, if this relates to a specific case, then we can't hear a question about that in this forum, but we are, of course, happy for the monitoring officer to hear it from you separately. Okay, thank you. And our third question today is from Mr. Daniel Fulton. Mr. Fulton, would you please come forward and ask your question?
Thank you very much, Chair. Does the Leader of the Council feel that the Council should make decisions by majority vote? Thank you.
Leader.
Thank you. I'll stand up again. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Fulton. We make decisions in line with our constitution and in line with all the relevant legislation. The constitution is I think you've read quite a lot of it actually, and it's a fairly stonking big document. If you've got any questions about how specific decisions have been made, then please let us know and we'll try and address it.
Mr. Fulton, did you have a supplementary arising from your original question?
Yes, I do. It's very brief, and I would appreciate if I could not be interrupted, please.
I don't guarantee that, Mr. Fulton. It depends on the rules that I set out earlier, but please go ahead with your supplementary.
Well, I think you know that this issue needs to be aired. By majority vote, the Council has adopted a number of policies and procedures in its constitution that regulate how it monitors the conduct of its employees. I am concerned because these procedures are not always being followed. On the 26th of July, evidence came to light in regard to wrongdoing by two public authorities. On that same day, Darrell Preston, the Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner for Cambridgeshire, took assertive and appropriate action and saw that the individual involved did not
Mr. Fulton,
return
I'm
to
afraid
work
if
the
this
following
relates
day.
to a matter within the responsibility of the Police and Crime Commissioner, then it's outside the scope of our supplementary questions.
Councillor Fain, I'm sure you can understand how a matter can affect multiple public bodies. So I will simply continue. My question is almost over. In contrast with the Commissioner's assertive actions, more than 4 months later, this Council has taken absolutely no action in regards to the relevant facts, and none of the Council's procedures have been followed. Will the Leader of the Council please agree to ask the Head of Legal Practice to instruct independent counsel to make recommendations on how the Council should address these issues of compliance with its employment procedures? Thank you.
Thank you for your supplementary. So I will leave it to the legal team to consider to what extent this is a matter which falls within the remit of the Cabinet Committee, Subcommittee, or indeed of the Council, and whether it is a matter which may be the subject of legal proceedings, because, as I think you may be aware, all of those would put it outside the scope of this particular session. Leader, you may, if you wish, attempt an answer, but that is my view of the supplementary that's put before you.
That's fine. So obviously, so thank you, Mr. Fulton. I obviously accept the advice I'm getting from the chair and the legal officer. Picking up on our brief hello chat earlier today, I would encourage you to meet with our monitoring officer, and then this is a very complicated matter. I find it quite difficult to follow, and I don't think this is the right forum to start sort of digging into the details. So I would encourage you please to meet with our monitoring officer, and then hopefully we can fully explain what the position of the council is. Thank you very much.
This session goes on for only 15 minutes, so I'm very keen to use my discretion to extend it by about a minute to allow Mr. Paul Ormerod to ask his question. Mr. Ormerod.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fain. I'm on Harston Parish Council. Harston as a village is going to be impacted extensively and negatively by the construction of East-West Rail, and in particular at the junction of the East-West Rail line and the main line from Cambridge to King's Cross. There is no benefit to Harston from East-West Rail, and massive detrimental impacts during the construction stage, which could be over 5 to 7 years. So no gain and plenty of pain. Harston Parish Council, on which I sit, puts forward these questions which are interlocking and related, and therefore can be considered as a single question of South Cambs District Council's required involvement in East-West Rail implementation. Harston would like South Cambs to address the questions below and provide answers that the Harston villagers and South Cambs electors can consider. So, East-West Rail will massively impact the villagers' preferences and aspirations for community development embedded in the proposed neighbourhood plan. How will South Cambs District Council ensure that the neighbourhood plan is respected by East-West Rail? Further, East-West Rail is expected to generate significant levels of pollution, noise, air and water at least during construction. How will South Cambs District Council measure, report and manage these pollution risks? Further, will South Cambs undertake an independent and comprehensive environmental impact assessment of the East-West Rail works around Harston and possibly for the whole of the southern route from Camborne to Cambridge? And lastly, will South Cambs District Council develop strategies and plans to implement them that will diminish environmental impacts across the range of ecosystem services on which we all rely? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And although we are over time, I think the leader is going to ask Councillor Brown-Milnes to answer on this. And I think it is important you've given us a very full question that we give you a full answer, even if it does take us rather over time. Councillor Milnes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. You'll know in my role as County Councillor for your area that we and my fellow Councillor Maria King paying a lot of attention to what our local residents and their concerns. This week we took part in a really quite widely attended forum on the subject in Hazenfield, where the leader and the head of our joint planning service attended, and over a period of 3 hours plus, I think, attempted to answer many of the questions that were being given air, and hopefully that has been a useful exercise. It is true that local villagers will see little direct advantage over East-West Rail because it's planned to travel directly from Camborne into Cambridge South, as it will be, and therefore we can understand the concerns of that expressed your no gain and much pain. But there will be some advantages, particularly, for example, on the traffic on the A10, which suffers in your village terribly from congestion at peak hours, and that will probably only get worse until we have additional transport systems. I'd like to answer the questions that you answer in a formal way, because there's some specifics around there that I want to be accurate on. So if you don't mind, I'll just read those answers. So adopted neighbourhood plans form a part of the statutory development plan for planning purposes. The DCO process includes examination of proposals against national policy statements. Development plan documents such as the local plan and neighbourhood plan are considered by the examining authority and are afforded in some weight in the process. But it's important to remember that the development consent order process is not a planning application process. The adopted local plan and neighbourhood plans are not, however, the starting point for decision makers in the same way that they are with planning applications. It will therefore be for the Secretary of State to determine how much regard our local plan and an adopted Harston neighbourhood plan are given in their final decision. SCDC will expect to use the proposed environmental assessment from East-West Rail and officers' judgment to determine the level of pollution and consequent impact on local communities of the project. The scoping of and methodology used to assess these effects will be reviewed by the Council's specialist teams. We do not therefore expect to need to commission separate reports. Once satisfied around the methodology and conclusions, SCDC is required to prepare and submit a local impact report to the examining authority appointed by the Secretary of State to make a recommendation to them on whether the project should proceed. The EIA impact assessment will include explicit consideration of the construction effects of the project and potential mitigations. And finally, the project will, if approved by the Secretary of State, be subject to controls and mitigations through a series of conditions based on previous DCO submissions in the SCDC area. These are likely to include measures to mitigate the adverse environmental and amenity effects of the project based on the final scheme design and the EIA conclusions. SCDC will be one of the enforcing authorities for those conditions. So hopefully you can digest some of those answers and hopefully they've been useful for you.
Mr. Ormond was a very full question and I think a very full answer, but you have, as previous speakers, a right to ask a supplementary arising out of your original question if you would like to do so.
Okay, thanks very much. Very briefly, and thanks for your full answers. I would have some contest with some of the response, but we can get to that. I would like the council to commit to meeting on a regular basis with the parish councils affected by the southern route in particular, where that meeting would have a focus specifically on East-West Rail, not on general matters for parish councils. I attended the meeting that was on Tuesday night in Haslingfield. It was well attended. It raised a lot of issues. It provided very few solutions. And I think a working group that continues to look at this with South Cambs District Council can come to a much improved understanding of what you guys should be doing. So I hope you can commit to that.
Leader, do you or Councillor Mills want to respond to that?
Yeah, yes. Very briefly, I think we are committed to continue the sort of meetings that we had earlier. It wasn't a one-off. We've made offers previously to convene such meetings, but actually what happened was when the parish councils came together to do so, it carried more weight. So hopefully actually you can continue that process and we'll attend accordingly.
Mr. Romo, thank you very much for your question. Members, I apologise. I used my discretion to allow that session to extend rather longer than would normally be the case. I think you'll understand there were perhaps special circumstances. Item 6, the next item is petitions. I understand that no petitions have been received. Item 7A, council tax charges for long-term empty properties and second homes. Well, as I explained earlier, I have declared a personal interest in this matter. So I will now leave you and my vice chair will take the chair.
Members, we need to appoint a temporary vice chair for this item and item 14B when Councillor Fane will also be leaving the chamber. I would like to nominate Councillor Sally Ann Hart as temporary vice chair. Can we agree that by affirmation, please?
Agreed.
Anyone object? Thank you. Councillor Hart, please come and join us. Thank you. As we move into the substantive items of today's agenda, might I remind members that we all have a responsibility to keep debate civil. I would also remind members that comments must be directed on the report before them. If comments are made, which in my opinion go beyond the report, I will come in and remind you to stay on the report. Item 7A is a report on council tax changes charges, for long-term empty properties and second homes. I call on the lead Cabinet Member for Housing to present the report and move the recommendation. Councillor John Batchelor.
Thank you, Chair. So the proposal before us this afternoon is to change the rules on empty housing. At the moment, empty housing attracts a double council tax rate if it's been empty for more than 2 years. This proposal makes that 1 year. It also introduces a double tax rate for all second homes. To put that into some sort of context, you have seen from the report the numbers, which are not insignificant. There's 2,640 empty houses currently and 360 second homes within our district. That represents something of the order of 4% of our total housing stock. The objective of the exercise is to provide an incentive to bring these properties back into use. I don't need to stress to members that there's a high demand in our area for housing, and particularly for rental housing. We know ourselves that we have more than 2,000 people on our affordable waiting list. So this hopefully will provide the incentive for people to bring back properties into use and to close a loophole relating to the second homes. It's a government requirement that changes of this order have to be give 1 year notice. So if we agree this today, the start date would be April 2026. Given those situations, I'm happy to move the recommendation, which can be found at the top of page 36. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. I now call for a seconder for these proposals. Councillor Natalie Warren-Green, thank you. Do you want to speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak on this item? I think I've seen Councillor Nieto already raised her hand.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple of questions regarding the implications. It says that there will be kind of potential financial from a bureaucratic perspective, but there's no numbers. There's nothing to say what is the analysis on the costing for this. So it would be good if we have that number of what the implications on the administration of this would be on the staff. And then it also, I mean, I don't know if it's just me, but it says that housing, so in page 41, when it talks about alignment with council priority areas, we talk about housing that is truly affordable for everyone to live in. And I think in general, prices in South Cambridge are quite unaffordable. And so saying that this aligns to truly affordable, I'm not sure that is accurate. I'm kind of conflicted as to why this would be more affordable, because prices are just not affordable from a private rent perspective. It's not that it's council owned. So it would be interesting to understand what the rationale for that is.
Thank you, Councillor Nieto. Councillor Batchelor, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, the object of the exercise isn't a fundraising one. It's trying to give a disincentive for having empty homes. There are some numbers in the report. I think the projection was that this might raise £100,000 in the course of a year. On the affordable issue, that is a major problem for us all day, and we're facing that with our own properties and so on. one element of this and one of the options for people with empty housing is for us to take over the management of them and use them at affordable rent. I'm not suggesting that would represent any large numbers, but that is one of the possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Councillor Ellington. Oh, you have a supplementary. Go ahead.
Sorry, sorry, didn't answer my question. So I understand that we have a revenue of 100K potential, but there is no numbers on the cost. So that is it's not the total figure, right? Because we need to rest what the cost is going to be. So to make an informed decision of the real cost or benefit to the council, we need to have a full disclosure and analysis on the numbers to be able to drive this policy forward. And as Chair, as Councillor Batchelor mentioned, we have an issue with affordability in the district. So are we able to say to residents that this aligns to truly affordable, that is a policy that aligns to that? I just don't think that we are able to say that just because of what it has been said. So maybe the wording needs to be amended in that respect, because it's just not truly affordable. I think that is a deviation from the reality of what the situation is right now.
Councillor Batchelor.
Right, thank you very much. As far as total costs are concerned, there's no additional cost from the staff point of view, since we have staff who are already specialists in this particular area and are already working to bring into use empty housing. On the affordable side of things, the world isn't perfect, is it? What we're trying to do is actually is a value that we're striving towards and doing our best. That's the best I can say.
Thank you. I believe the Chief Executive has got a comment on this issue. No? Okay, thank you. Next up, Councillor Ellington.
Thank you. It relates really to the previous question, but if the South Cambs were to take over responsibility, the management of a house that is a second home, there's quite a lot of legislation, as you well know, covering how the quality of the building that people can rent, and that we would be prepared for people under our management to indeed rent from us. How would that work out with the person that actually owns the second home that is giving to you or allowing you to take over management of letting? Have we seen any papers that are coming our way or have come our way and I've missed them?
Thank you. Councillor Batchelor.
Right. Yeah, thank you for that. Of course, we have expertise in-house on this matter through Shire Homes and so on, where we do take over the management from private landlords. No doubt we can use their expertise in this area as well. I wouldn't suggest from a moment there's a great big queue of people offering their properties in this. All I'm saying is that it is an option that's open, but you're quite right. We would never rent out a property that didn't meet all the proper standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ellington, did you have a follow-up?
I think that has, the principle is really good and would support it, but clearly it needs to be worked through about how it will work in practice if the if the property has been derelict for some time, shall we say. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think that comment needed a response, so we can move on to Councillor Susan van der Ven, please.
Thanks. I just wanted to make a slightly tangential comment. Councillor Batchelor has just referred to the Empty Homes team. Just to say thank you, because they are doing an effective job in Bassingbourn, and there are a couple of cases in particular that were kind of stuck before the team existed. And residents, neighbours are well aware of these properties and distressed by these empty homes. And it's really made a difference. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if that needed a response, so we can probably move on to Councillor Libby Earle, please.
Yes, my question's related to Councillor Ellington's too. We've got 3,000 vacant properties. Do we actually have any data on the type of properties that they are? We must have something from council tax to tell us whether they are 2-bedroom terrace or whether they're 5-bedroom detached mansions that are left open and empty, and what the state of repair is and how likely we are to let them, or they are to be let. I just think we could do with a little more detail on that to make a decision.
Thank you. Councillor Batchelor.
Well, I mean, the 3,000 houses, I mean, I don't know the exact detail of that, but one would assume that it would cover the whole gamut. One would assume that you wouldn't leave a very valuable large property empty for too long. I think most of these will be small properties, and the reasons that they're empty is often to do with probate and so on, where people have died. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Earle, did you want to respond at all?
Yeah, I still think it would be quite useful to know the spread of those properties. Are we dealing with mainly properties that would be affordable? Because we talked about affordable rents, and clearly it needs to be at the lower end of the council tax range for them to be affordable rents and also in good condition. And we don't really have that information. It would be very useful to know.
Thank you. Did you want to come in now? Chief Executive.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just for clarity, all we have, the only information we have available is banding, so the council tax banding. We couldn't say whether it's a 2-bedroom house or a 3-bedroom house, but we could certainly provide that information to members if they'd like to see it.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So I think I've not heard people sort of disagreeing with the principles of it, but obviously some members across the chamber have raised concerns of detail in certain points. So I'm just going to bring everybody to page 36. So the introduction of this is the 1st of April 2026. So what I would probably ask of the administration is, we support the principles of what you're trying to do about getting more homes into the market, essentially, especially as we do have issues of housing. So I'm inclined to support the administration today with this, but with the request that in that interim period between April and 2026, that this information and these details that they're listened to, and I'm sure there'll be further reports coming through scrutiny and other committees, in the hope that by the time we get to implementation, and a little bit of reassurance from the administration that they've heard the things today, and we'll take those on board and work with them before we sort of go to vote, Vice Chair, Acting Chair, I think would help satisfy a lot of members' concerns across the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. That seems a reasonable request. Councillor Batchelor.
Yes, absolutely. I think my comments about bringing in-house here may be a bit misconstrued, because I mean there's very little likelihood that the houses will come to us, and the object of the exercise is for the actual owners to get on and do something with their properties and do it in the normal commercial manner. So that's the main thrust of the business. But, you know, we can certainly give you more context and statistics, I take it. Dawn, who has to do all the work, is nodding her head. Right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, did you want to come back?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. And obviously through the, hopefully for a scrutiny process, you said there's further reports, some of this can be fleshed out. I think particularly for me is in relation to the exemptions and things, like you say, especially probate can take longer than 12 months and things like that. So, and then you've got the issues of people if they are spending time for work abroad, etc. So I think perhaps some more fleshing out of the exemptions is required as well. But I appreciate this is a good starting point and appreciate the work that's been put into it.
Thank you. Councillor Bill Handley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think really what we're talking about here is supply and demand. You know, if you get more empty properties into the market, that is going to help to drive down costs. When we talk about affordable housing, we're not necessarily just talking about affordable value of the house, we're talking about affordable rented as well. So all of those things. One thing I will say is that I have actually had a couple of residents in my ward asking the question, why on earth doesn't the council do something about empty properties? You know, it's very well known that there's a critical problem in our district, and this is an obvious way to increase the number of houses available, mostly affordable houses. So I'm fully in support of this and certainly going to get my vote.
Thank you. Councillor Batchelor, any response needed?
I understood that to be supportive.
That's what I also heard. Thank you.
I didn't detect a question.
No. Excuse me, Councillor Anna Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm thoroughly in support of this because it makes sense and it encourages the owners of second or inherited homes to get on and make a decision about what they want to do. But I just wanted to clarify, so at paragraph 11, it says the proposed second home premium will introduce an additional 100% council tax, aligning it with the current levy applied to properties that have been empty for over 2 years. However, the proposed change would reduce the threshold for empty homes levy to properties that have been vacant for 1 year instead of 2. Then in the paragraph 15, the first bullet, it says inherited properties will be exempt from the premiums, that's the extra cost, in other words, the extra levy of the extra 100% council tax, for 12 months following the granting of probate or letters of administration. After this period, the standard rate of council tax will apply. So once you've got your probate through, am I right in understanding that you will still only pay the single rate of council tax for 12 months after probate's been granted? Because after all, probate is the administrative process when you're trying to sort out what to do with all of this. And then it's only if it remains empty for 12 months after grant of probate that the second 100%, you know, the 100% council tax premium gets applied. The reason I'm asking this is because I think it might be helpful if that paragraph said, after this period, in other words, granting of probate, the standard rate of council tax will apply, but the premium cannot be levied for the first 12 months after grant of probate. I think that's what it means. Is that right?
Councillor Batchelor?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'm very glad to hear that.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to see this come to council, and I'm mindful that a number of local authorities are looking to do the same thing. And I just wanted to make a comment. I would imagine all of us here are aware of properties that are empty in our wards and have been empty for a while, and have also been asked for people, you know, when we're aware that there's a shortage of housing. So yeah, just welcome this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Nieto, you wanted to come back?
Chair, I just wanted to, or Vice Chair, I don't know how I should refer to you. Would we be able to include something about policy evaluation? Because I think there's so many times that authorities would implement policy, but there is no evaluation to understand if it really works. Because I think there's a lot of assumptions that this would result in, but without data analysis and a robust evaluation, then we will not be able to really say that it has worked. So all the expectations that now this is going to be affordable, there's going to be so many homes, there's going to be no issues, it might just not be that. So it would be great if we can include that as part of this proposition.
Councillor Batchelor, can we include an evaluation?
I think the Chief Executive is rather keen to respond to this one.
Only to confirm that we can, of course, do that.
Okay. Councillor Bradnam, did you want to make another interjection?
Thank you, Chair. I did another thing popped into my mind, and thank you for letting me come back. I just wanted to be clear, for somebody who is who's got planning permission and is in the process of doing refurbishing, for example, a home, if they go over 1 year of ownership at which they're currently paying council tax, it would be that would come under the second homes element of this, wouldn't it? If they still hadn't managed to get their home sorted out and as a residential property again within the first year, at that second year they would start to pay the second homes premium. Is that correct?
Councillor Batchelor?
That is correct, yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Martin Garn.
Thank you very much. I simply wanted to comment to support Councillor van der Ven in terms of the impact of having the empty homes officer on bringing empty homes into use. One home in my community, which had been empty for over 10 years, was brought into use because of that. And I would comment that this is a good proposal, but it's a proposal which is self-defeating in the sense that we hope eventually that none of the houses will be charged because we're hoping to get all of them occupied. And I regard that, therefore, in that sense, it's actually a very good, but rather curious. There's a curious effect of this in the sense that we're hoping to defeat the extra revenue raised by actually occupying the homes. And I think, but it's a very much forward support this motion.
Thank you. I heard that just as a comment, and it doesn't need any response from Councillor Batchelor. Does anyone else wish to speak? If not, I will ask Councillor Warren Green to second and sum up, please.
I think a lot of the comments have been really useful, and I'm hearing from the Chief Executive that data points will be taken into consideration as this is rolled out. I'm still in support of this motion and want to second this motion, and on the grounds that we will ensure that along the way, given that we've got until 2026, that more data and validation will be made available as the journey continues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As this item relates to council tax, I'm going to move straight to a recorded vote. Democratic Services, please. As before, green if you support, red if you oppose this proposal, and yellow to abstain. That's everybody. Thank you. I think you can see in front of you this proposal has been carried almost unanimously. Thank you, everyone. I think we can retrieve the chair and the leader. You want a 5-minute comfort break while we retrieve everyone? Thank you, everybody.
Members, we will resume this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council, held on the 28th of November. That brings us, I think, to item 8, results of the Histon and Impington by-election. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chair. The report's very self-explanatory. Just to confirm that Councillor James Rickson was elected Councillor for Histon and Impington Ward on the 24th of October 2024.
Congratulations. Item 9 is the report of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority. You'll find it on pages 45 onwards of your agenda. And I think we've shared with you the decision summaries we've received from the Combined Authority. Do our representatives on the Combined Authority have any comments they wish to add? Leader? Councillor Milnes, anyone?
So no, the report's as there. I'm happy to do my best to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions for our representatives on the Combined Authority? Councillor Heather Williams and then Councillor Richard Williams. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Just obviously there's a lot of talk of local government reform. Just wondering if anything's come through the Combined Authorities discussions in your government that the leaders or any representatives are aware of, and a bit of an update in relation to bus pricing.
Leader.
Thank you. So absolutely nothing on. So I mean, we know the devolution white paper I'm hearing now is going to land Monday or Tuesday of next week, most likely. We shall see. So you know, there's talk about devolution. I think there's something about, I think I've read something in the press actually, just about skills in relation to our combined authority, that they're getting some sort of, you know, some special status on skills coming through, so that's good news. So absolutely nothing on local government reform, and I mean, I've done, again, through the DCN and the LGA, which obviously you're involved in as well, Councillor Williams, there's a heck of a lot of speculation and nothing that is substantive. So yeah, we'll obviously keep
to embrace the change.
We're being urged to embrace change. Well, we'll have to find out what that change is before we embrace it. And on buses, so there is the process of franchising is kind of, it's a slow process, but that's moving forward. I think I'm right in saying there's not been another BSIP award. Off the top of my head,
sorry, Leader, BSIP?
Bus Service Improvement Plan. Thank you very much indeed. 3.2 million. I think there's been additional so there's additional 3.2 there. The Combined Authority Leaders Strategy meeting this week was discussing, you know, what that money could or should be spent on. I think you're already aware that the Mayor is interested in investigating keeping the bus fare cap at £2 as opposed to it rising up to £3. That is an ongoing discussion, and there is what else? I'm just trying to remember what was all in a very long meeting. The Tiger Pass has proved very successful. I think there's been 470,000 journeys using the Tiger Pass, and I can't actually remember the figure, about 36,000 applications for Tiger Pass. Forgive me if that's not the exact accurate figure, but it's something around that. So that's been very successful. There'll obviously have to be decisions taken about whether to continue the Tiger Pass for young people to travel for £1. There's a lot of choices and decisions to be made, and I think there's going to be the launch of a Tiger app and the Tiger demand responsive buses, which I think are currently running in Huntingdon, and I think there's going to be a rollout in South Cambridgeshire in December.
I think Chief Executive has something to add to that.
Just a point of clarification for you, Chair. The BSIP money, the Bus Service Improvement Plan money, was actually just over £10 million in total. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams, you wanted to come back on?
Thank you. I'll stick to the bits about, because the issue with the devolution is obviously we're already devolved, but still we're like the experiment, I think, in Cambridgeshire. They're like, let's just try this layer of government. We won't take anything away, and then we'll figure out what goes wrong, and then we'll replicate it each way. Hence we get called government rich. All I was sort of a bit of a play that however this, I think our situation in Cambridgeshire, because we're already devolved, is going to be quite unique to other areas where obviously they're wanting to get devolution and creating a case for it. Could I ask that when it comes to those discussions, indeed if they take place, that the leader works cross-party with all political groups or none, as this is something that is really it is about the whole district and outside of political spheres to a certain degree.
Did you want to comment on that?
Yes, please. So thank you, Councillor Williams. So the LGA, Local Government Association, has established a task and finish group on devolution, and I'm the Lib Dem representative on that. It had its first meeting earlier this week. It was unfortunately not quorate because the Conservative group hadn't managed to sort out their two representatives on it, but the meeting went ahead. This absolutely is a very, very important issue that transcends politics. So, we absolutely are all working together. And at the DCN event last night, I talked to people from all parties and none about this. There's a real lack of clarity about, we've seen letters from ministers recently and civil servants saying there is no plan to do away with district councils. That's slightly conflicting with, what we're hearing from various people about, the government's keenness for massive unitaries, absolutely massive unitaries. I think there's going to be a heck of a lot of backlash. I think there'll be a big backlash from London boroughs because they can't reach this critical mass of 500,000. It's a very fluid, slightly volatile situation at the moment. So I will do my very best. But I think also, you need to link in with your office at the LGA there. And, I'm hoping there's going to be some good communications coming out. I'm happy to talk to you outside of this meeting more about the LGA and the focus there.
There is clearly a lot more information to emerge on this issue, and I know all members of council would appreciate being kept updated to all parties.
May I just come back on one more thing?
Yes.
So in the conversation, so I've been fortunate enough to have a meeting both with the Secretary of State, Deputy Prime Minister, and a couple of conversations directly with Jim McMahon. And what I've been saying to them is that I believe the governance model we have here in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough is the right governance for an MCA, mayoral-led combined authority, because it is fully democratic. And even though, it is politically tricky at times, at least everybody's round the table, nobody's excluded. And, there are areas where they have MCAs and, a dozen or so districts, and only 3 of them are allowed on the board. And I think that's fraught with problems because, if you're not there, how are you sure that the districts who are there are really representing you? I mean, we all have a unique sense of place, don't we? And, much as we respect the people in Huntingdon, we respect the people in East Cambs, they're not going to speak for South Cambridgeshire the way we speak for South Cambridgeshire. So I have invited both the Secretary of State and the Minister to come and actually have a look at our governance model, because I seriously believe it's the right one, and that's the one that I'm promoting. And actually, I think cross-party, that sort of model is being promoted because it's the most democratic. I'm not expecting anything dramatic to happen in this area because we are already in MCA, an MCA. I think the focus is on the areas which government's very keen to accelerate. They want mayors, and I think we just have to accept that this government wants 36 odd mayors, and that's what they'll get. It's about how they get there and whether they lose all the value of us in district councils, because I think both of us agree we are the people best placed to meet the needs of our residents. We touch everyone's life, unlike counties, which are the demand-led services. And I hope that, cross-party we can fight for, recognition of the value of districts.
Thank you for that. Well, we are on item 10, questions to the leader on her short report, Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to pick up the point on BSIP. So, as the leader said, and Councillor Mills mentioned as well, the Combined Authority has been successful in getting 3.4 million additional revenue funding in the BSIP. That's hot on the heels of them getting precisely zero last year. 3.4 million is better than nothing, but it's one of the lowest figures for any combined authority. I think it is the lowest figure, additional figure for a combined authority. The Tees Valley Authority, for example, got 7 million. So can I ask the leader why she thinks the combined authority under the current mayor is so poor at getting bus funding, and what steps she can take as our representative to try and improve the woeful performance of the combined authority in this area?
Okay, so I can't accept the negativity of what you say. We are
Leader,
very...
can I just remind you that I didn't say anything, but through me. Yes, carry on.
Through the Chair, I beg your pardon. So Chair, I can't accept the negativity of what's been said. I think, we have to accept there's a fundamental difference between our MCA and the likes of, the very big urban ones. And I think there's a big piece of work needs to be done to get government to recognise the importance of rural bus services over and above urban bus services. Now, they're now looking at establishing, a multitude of much more rural MCAs, and hopefully that's going to make them realise that actually rural bus services are absolutely fundamental to the economy and to people's cost of living, to their health and well-being, and so on. So I don't know offhand what actually the CPCA bid for. I don't know, because I haven't got that information to my fingertips, how their award reflected what they actually bid for. But we've got something now, and we are I think about the only place in the country that's seeing an improvement and an increase in bus services rather than a loss of bus services and bus journeys.
I'm going to allow Dr. Richard Williams to come back on that.
Thank you, Chair. Just on that point, I don't think we can, I think we're not doing our residents a service if we just say this is urban rural. Cornwall County Council, 5 million. Devon County Council, 5 million. More than the CPA. These are rural areas. There is something wrong. Essex County Council, 7 million, just over the border. There is something wrong with the way the CPA is doing this. And if the current CPA, the current board, is not able to fix it, then I'd urge everyone to vote for Paul Bristow in May, which may be the only way we'll get this sorted out.
I'm perhaps beginning to regret giving Councillor Richard Williams another go, because we have all agreed to be non-partisan on this issue until now, but as always, Dr. Williams will get away with that. I see a question from Dr. Martin Cowan.
Really, to your oral report, you commented about the size of the proposals among to have 500,000 size for authorities. I wanted to comment that when I worked for 12 years for a European network of local authorities, looking at the structure of local authorities across Europe, British basic municipality level was the largest by a factor many times, having base level local authorities. To increase it further seems unwise. I would ask the leader whether she, by the chair, would ask the leader whether she would be making this point in her discussion.
Leader.
Thank you. So it's a point that I make again and again, and actually this point is made cross-party again and again. And Professor Colin Copus, who is well worth following on LinkedIn and who I saw last night, has a huge amount of data showing that actually that we are the most centralised government we have the most centralised government in Europe, and actually we as elected members represent way more people than you would find in France or Italy, or really I think just about anywhere else in Europe, and it's not good. So yeah, absolutely agree 100%.
Next I have Councillor Drew.
Thank you, Councillor Fane. I know in the comments that the leader has made, she's talked about the fact that cross-party working and the general sense of working for residents within the CPCA area is something that she recognises has happened, particularly since the election of the current mayor. And I wonder if she could comment on the extent to which she thinks there is collaborative working within the CPCA, and perhaps comment on the extent to which it's incredibly important to have a mayor in place who has a history of working collaboratively and not a history of being a divisive figure.
Leader, whilst I'm sure the implications of Councillor Drew's question are hidden to us, would you like to comment on it?
So look, there's been an improvement board in place with the combined authority because it got into serious difficulties, and those difficulties were political in origin. That is very, very well documented. We had a letter from, I can't remember which minister it was now, when their best value notice expired, saying it wouldn't be renewed, and acknowledging the significant progress that had been made to turn what was arguably a not very completely functional organisation into a functional organisation. It is a dramatically different place now from the place it used to be. The staff are delightful, they are fully engaged, they're working incredibly hard, and I'm quite happy to report, because you can probably pick it up online, the last board meeting we had was very, very collaborative indeed, and it was a pleasure to be in the last board meeting of the Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority. Something a few years ago I could never imagine myself saying, but actually it was. So I think these are 360-degree improvements. I think we now have a shared vision statement. There's some very, very good work coming out on what the growth plan is, which will be published fairly soon. So I think we have coalesced very, very successfully around a lot of very, very well done work. So I'm feeling very optimistic on the subject of mayors. The whole point about mayors is that these aren't autocrats who just dictate stuff. They are people with the skills to bring people together who, might, but probably have quite a diverse set of views and values. And so a good, successful mayor, irrespective of what their political affiliation is, successful when it managed to bring those people together around a shared vision, to make sure that everybody accepts the value of the larger place and the benefits of success in the larger area on all of our separate entities. So, we shall see. We shall see.
I think we've had a fairly good run on that. Councillor Dan Lentell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling to square what's being said in favour of the mayoralty with the fact that our mayoralty collapsed on live radio on the Chris Mann show on BBC Radio Cambridgeshire a week last Monday. The problems with the combined authority have a face, they have a name, and since there isn't a Labour councillor here to defend Dr. Nick Johnson and his appalling track record in office, I find it bizarre that colleagues from other parties would try to do so. This has been an unmitigated failure of a mayoralty, and roll on May is all I can say.
Councillor Lentell, did you have a question to the leader on this report?
Just whether she'd listened to the Chris Mann show and heard what everyone else in Cambridgeshire had heard.
Leader, I don't know whether you did. I admit that I didn't.
I'm sure Chris Mann would love to think that everyone in Cambridgeshire listened to his show. I suspect that's probably not the case. Let's not lose sight of the fact that it is a combined authority, and a mayor acts as the chair, the figurehead, but is a combined authority which we all share responsibility for.
I think Councillor Williams wants to come back briefly. I'm going to indulge her, if I may.
Thank you. That might not have been a popular decision of yours, Chair, from across the chamber, but I do speak in peace. In that I would like to accept the leader's invitation to discuss the things in relation to devolution, and if we can be as briefed as possible, whether your opposition, administration or indeed backbench for the administration. And for Colin Corpus, his book In Defence of Councillors, I'm sure he would appreciate if everyone bought one on for Christmas. And if anybody has a South Cams badge, he collects them, and I've not been able to find one, so maybe we could make it a collective decision, unless the leaders already managed to source one for him.
He already has his badge. He's very pleased.
Right. Thank you, members. I think we've probably covered that one. Let's move on to item 10, which is the Greater Cambridge Partnership. My apologies to members if I confused you earlier. I think maybe I referred to the Greater Cambridge Partnership, but I meant the Combined Authority earlier on, but I think everyone worked it out. Item 10, the Greater Cambridge Partnership. I don't think any reports have been received from the GCP, but perhaps Councillor Brian Milnes would like to comment on that.
Yes, thank you, Chair. But will you indulge me if I refer to an earlier item about the minutes? Because since we've had that conversation with Councillor Lentel, we've discovered that we both thought each other were going to send the report, and it didn't, the written answer, so it didn't go. Councillor Lentil now has that, and will either put it on the previous minutes or on the current ones, whichever is appropriate. Thank you.
I hope that resolves that personal explanation. I hope resolves that particular misunderstanding.
Yes, and thank you to Councillor Milnes for sending the reply. Who am I forwarding his email address to be included in the minutes? His response, if it's being...
No, Chair, if I may, yeah, I've asked Democratic Services to do that now.
Excellent, so I don't have to do anything.
They'll get it sent out.
Right, I am going to move on to
can I,
item 10, which is,
yes,
I
item
think
10.
we're just coming to, that was a matter of personal explanation, which is appreciated. Item 10.
Sorry, so just a brief update on the GCP board meeting on the 7th of November, which was a fairly short affair. We took feedback from the Joint Assembly. We had a quarterly progress report. We discussed Waterbeach Railway Station and its move. We talked about the Waterbeach to Cambridge public transport scheme, a busway. We spoke about Waterbeach, Fulbourn and Sawston Greenways, which are all progressing, as is the Chisholm Trail Phase 2. We also talked about the Cambridge Southwest Travel Hub, which is the one near Hawkston on the opposing side of the existing Park and Ride. And that was the number of items on that agenda, so I'm happy to take questions if any arise.
So, are there any questions to our representative on the GCP board? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Through yourself, on the words on our agenda, it's that no reports have been received from the GCP. However, there has been an assembly and a board meeting, of which there are minutes and things the public. Can we try and have it so we proactively just take the minutes and have those in our report, rather than relying on another authority to send us the information that they want us to have? And then we end up with delays, and then we end up actually, as I sat in the assembly, there were so many things that were on that. You've listed them, I know, but so many things that were discussed, crucial, large infrastructure projects, and actually this council isn't getting the chance. I appreciate the updates that you've put down, but it's not really adequate, and it just seems, because we're reliant on being sent this information, I'm going to be told that that's what we have to do, but it does feel like we could be a bit more proactive in trying to get this information, so we can actually have discussions with the people like Councillor Milnes, myself, Councillor Bearpark, everybody that represents people at the GCP, because it just feels really lacking every meeting now.
Councillor Milnes will, forgive me, I'm going to deal with this. We haven't had the notes of the board meeting, which was on the 7th, and I very much support the decision by Democratic Services, which is that we should only submit reports to you when the reports we have requested are given to us. We should not go delving into others' websites and put our own information. It's important we have the reports from the organisations on which we're represented. I'm sure Councillor Milnes will pass back the message that we would appreciate having those reports. Councillor Milnes.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a structural issue here because the JCP is a joint committee of the three councils, and the reporting of joint committees like the JDDC, for example, isn't proactively reported on back to this council because it's a component of this council. So there is a slight issue there, but I'm not unhappy to accept a recommendation to more proactively distribute information from the GCP to the council members.
Before you come back, Councillor Williams, I will talk to our board member and to Democratic Services before our next meeting as to how we ensure that this council is fully informed with the necessary papers before we meet again. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. And Chair, I'm just asking for consistency. The combined authority, again, is somewhere where people go to, and it's, as the leader has said, there's a lot of joint working. And when it comes to combined authority, we also get the audit committee and we get the scrutiny committee reports. We've never had the assembly reports. And I think it's important that everybody should see the scrutiny that goes on as well as the board decision, because that sometimes might help people understand how we got from A to B. And it just feels that those two, which are set up and formulated in the same way, aren't given parity, and that's getting frustrating.
Unless Councillor Milnes really wants to come back, we have got the message, which that was a point that was raised with us previously, and I think we can ensure that at the next meeting we have the minutes both of the Assembly and of the board itself. We certainly have registered that point. Councillor Milnes, did you wish to add to that? No. So let us move on to item 11. The Oxford to Cambridge Pan-Regional Partnership, and you have a report on pages 59 onwards of your written agenda. Vida.
Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the leader on this item? I see quite a few. I don't know what order we take them in. Unusually, I'm going to not start with Councillor Williams this time, if she will forgive me. Councillor Richard Stobart.
Through you, Chair. There is some concern over the future of the Pan-Regional Partnership and government support for that body. That's a cause of concern, I would say. I mean, we've now seen, in a sense, that region stitched together with East West Rail, and we have been cognizant of the fact that, Oxford and Cambridge have quite a lot in common, and there is potential for the growth around Milton Keynes and Bedford, to supplement that activity. So what do we do if, indeed, the partnership is under threat? How do we capture the legacy, the momentum? There's been data gathered, there have been discussions, there have been channels opened. How do we keep that process going?
Leader, any comment on that?
Thank you, and that's a very helpful question. So I was in a 2-hour meeting earlier today, and I will be at a conference in Milton Keynes, so the regional conference all day tomorrow. So it is a concern. So you'll see the letter from Jim McMahon, the Minister, which makes it very clear that this government is not minded to keep on funding pan-regional partnerships. It was the baby of the last government. It was in the last government's Levelling Up white paper. So I think we need to kind of assume that the funding will cease. But there is a legacy. And our pan-regional partnership in particular has done some excellent work. What's closest to my own heart is the environment principles, which we were discussing this morning, and we just accepted in their refreshed state, which are potentially not just regionally significant, but actually have potential to be nationally significant. So, the board is currently in conversations about how we don't lose all that good work, how we find a home for it, what work can be done between now and next April to take forward some of the projects which have already been identified, because there are some projects which are currently running, and so we're talking about passporting some money to other organisations to allow them to complete pieces of work, or to actually instigate and take forward other pieces of work. At the end of the day, this is about people's jobs and people's yeah, it's about people's jobs. So I think we need to be really sympathetic. This isn't, you know, there's people's lives who will be impacted here as well. And we must be very mindful of that. Cherwell Council is the accountable body for the Pan-Regional Partnership. So the board are working, you know, very, very hard to make sure that there is a legacy which is taken forward. We're talking to various other organisations, in particular the Pan-Regional Transport bodies, about, and I think I mentioned earlier, about how there can be oversight over East-West Rail, particularly from my point of view, of the environmental opportunities associated with East-West Rail. Because, you know, one of the things I'm going to say at the conference tomorrow is nature doesn't understand county and district boundaries. You know, it goes beyond. And so I think there's a very strong argument for some sort of overseeing body, and it could be an amalgamation of the pan-regional transport bodies to make sure that those opportunities that are delivered for environmental enhancement in particular through East-West Rail are captured and delivered. So, you know, very much work in process. The consultation is open. Anybody here is very, very welcome to input into the consultation. We will be responding as an organisation. The Combined Authority will be responding as an organisation. And we're expecting a decision early in the new year from government, final decision resulting from that consultation.
Thank you, Leader. Next question is from Councillor Dan Lentel.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to go on record welcoming the decision to wind up the Oxcam regional partnership. It's a complete waste of money. It's a complete waste of time. It hasn't got a legacy. It has achieved absolutely nothing. And on the point 3.5, the partnership will need to take a decision on its future and whether there is a possibility that it could continue without government funding. This will obviously be influenced by the creation of the new regional councils referenced in Minister McMahon's letter and whether the members of the partnership feel that these would be adequate to replace the partnership. This council should not spend any more money, and certainly none of its own money, on this. It has been a complete failure and a waste of time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. I think that was maybe not a question, but I'd invite the Leader to treat it as though it were.
But what a shame that you've chosen, Councillor Lentil, to denigrate all the hard work of a group of officers over so many years. I think it's shameful.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. So it's no secret that I've always found the reports on this quite lacking, and you know, again, we've only got a couple of paragraphs. So I think that in itself makes it really hard when we've got this situation, Chair, of the letter coming in, because I think a lot of it is we just haven't been given enough sort of content and haven't been given enough information about what the aims, what is it as a council we are asking for, and to channel Councillor Wright, what is the vision of this council and what are they arguing for when they get there. So I would really appreciate answers to two questions that I appreciate the Leader might not be able to answer today, or one of them I think she could. Is how much of our officers' time has been spent on this, and how much that equivalent, because at the end of the day, when officers are working on something, that does cost, and whether going forward, is that something that the current administration is minded to continue with? If it continues in the form, as Councillor Lentel says, it's sort of in the report, it could carry on, what are we looking at, what would the cost be? And then an assurance that any decision to continue this in some form, in a different form or however, or how it's financed, will be taken by full council as to whether we wish to continue doing this or not. I appreciate the administration might not be in a position to know if that is a realistic prospect, but I would like assurance that it will be full council that will get to debate the merits and the vision of what this would be if it continues and if our taxpayers' money is going to be spent on it.
Leader.
Thank you. So it's taken my time, and I think it's taken some of our chief exec's time, but I'm not aware that it's taken any other officer time. I'm looking at Liz. No, it's taken my time, and Liz has supported me. So no other cost to the council. But, you know, one of the things we have to do, we don't work in isolation as a district council. You know, I think it's really, you know, in the 16 years I've been a councillor, it's changed dramatically. Back in those early days, we functioned very in isolation. GCP was the first partnership, significant strategic partnership we entered. It's all about partnerships these days, and it's right and proper that we're part of these partnerships. I don't think it'll survive. And you know, it's, as I've already said, it's about, you know, how we ensure that the extremely good work that has been done delivers the benefits that was intended. So I will bring back information to you as and when. I mean, I think we'll probably in the new year discuss, yeah, as a council, you know, we can all discuss what the government's recommendation is. The board will wind up in April, I think. Yeah, so I think the board will be stood down in April, so the entity will no longer exist then. I'm sorry, I can't give you more information.
Councillor Dr. Richie Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. In answer to an earlier question and in reference to her work as part of this partnership, the leader referenced the nature opportunities for East West Rail. I was wondering if the leader could tell the council what she thinks the nature opportunities are from East West Rail, and what is the net balance of those opportunities given the vast tracts of land around my village, for example, of Newton, which are going to be used for many, many years for construction. So yeah, it'd be interesting to know what the leader's view is on what are, in fact, the net nature opportunities from East West Rail, because a lot of us just see nature destruction.
Well, basically the answer is no, but what I will say is that in the conversations I've been having with East West Rail over the last 6.5 years, I have been pushing hard for them to aspire to 20% net gain. And in the early days, they led me to believe that's what they would run with. You know, they're now talking about 10%. I think that's very disappointing, you know, particularly when we see developments of our own, such as Waterbeach, delivering 25% as a minimum. So those conversations on net gain with East West Rail will be continuing.
Right. Now I have one more question for you, Leader. Councillor Stephen Drew.
Thank you. Leader, through you, Chair. Leader, I just wondered if you could just confirm very quickly an answer to a couple of questions in relation to this. Do you happen to know whether or not when the original Ops CAMARC or any other kind of successor organisation was set up and central government decided to commit taxpayers' money towards it, do you happen to know whether or not the discussion about spending that taxpayers' money was done in the House of Commons, or whether it was a decision made by a government department without it being done in the House of Commons, discussed by MPs? And secondly, I just wondered if you could remind me, because I must confess I'm a little confused in relation to some of the comments being made, which government was it who originally proposed East West Rail and therefore are responsible for any potential environmental damage that may well come as a result of it?
Leader.
Thank you. I'm just trying to remember the minister's name. It was a Conservative minister. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. So there was a Conservative minister was the one who I had most to deal with because he was the one who back in 2018 when I first cropped up on the board accepted my arguments about there being an environment work stream. So I'm sorry, I cannot tell you whether it was actually taken in the House of Commons, but there was certainly a minister, and I remember going to meetings in the basement of MHCLG in the early days. So there was it'll come back to me soon. There was certainly, you know, ministerial presence. I also remember there was a number of ministers involved in it. So yeah, so there was a number of Conservative ministers who were involved in it at the outset and heavily involved and attending meetings with us regularly. And the second question was about East West Rail, was it? So I believe it was under a Conservative government. Well, I think East West. I'm not sure I can answer that actually because I think East West Rail's been been around for a very long time, so I don't think I quite know exactly when its origins were. So I will have to get back to you on that, please, because I think that's back in the mists of time. Thank you.
I think that probably covers all the questions on the regional partnership. It may well be that we will come up with some more information in response to that. We'll add to an appendix to the minutes, yes. But let's come back to that later. Item 12, membership of committees and outside bodies. Can I invite the group leaders the opportunity to inform council of any changes to membership of committees and outside bodies? Leader.
Thank you very much. So I'm very pleased to announce that Councillor James Rixham is going to join the SEAC committee.
Sorry, Chair, SEAC?
The Climate and Environment Advisory Committee.
Thank you, just a minute.
Thank goodness I remembered that.
Yes. And that is your right. I wonder whether the Leader of the Opposition has any announcements to make in this regard.
I don't, but I do have the answer to Councillor Drew's question. It was 2013 during the coalition.
Very helpful, thank you. We now come to questions from, thank you, Councillor Williams, questions from councillors. Now, the period of 30 minutes is available for questions. What I'm proposing is that we have had one break. We take questions and then we'll take a break before we move on to the next item after this. So if that's acceptable, we'll carry on with questions. And this includes those questions where notice has been provided. If we complete this before the end of the 30 minutes, then there is scope to take further questions which may have been notified to the Democratic Services Manager before the start of the meeting. But let us proceed to the first question, which is from Councillor Dan Nantel.
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of time, as on the order paper.
Thank you. Leader.
Thank you very much. Okay, there are a couple of misconceptions here. Firstly, the figure stated refers to the interim monitoring officer and not the current monitoring officer. The interim monitoring officer led a massive amount of work on the governance and the improvement journey of CPCA. It was a huge amount of work done alongside the improvement board who were put in place. And secondly, there's no link between staff costs and the mayoral precept. This is ring-fence, can only be used for certain things. And the budget report in January of this year set out that this was for improved or new bus routes across the region.
Give us a moment. Okay. Councillor Lantel, did you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I think it is a shame that the leader doesn't choose to express regret at the sheer amount of money that this organisation is costing to run, because people are, as was asked about the Oxfam partnership, going to ask, what is this organisation achieving for the public money that's being spent on it? What is this organisation achieving for the time being spent on it? And the fact is, it could be achieving far more for the residents of South Cambridgeshire if this organisation wasn't being led by somebody who simply was not up to the job, and who there is a party political cover-up going on to hide the fact that he completely destroyed this organisation through his own toxic actions and inactions. So it's not a question, it's a, for goodness sake, can't we just admit it when the Kaiser is knocked?
Before the leader addresses that, I do want to urge members that if we are making accusations against people who are not here to rebut them, we just bear in mind that we do have a certain amount of rules on that. Leader, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, so two points. If I could just remind Councillor Lentil about our debate, not hate standards in this organisation, and I think what he says completely contravenes that, and also treating each other with courtesy. Also, if he thinks he can do so much for a better job, I suggest he puts himself forward as a nomination for the mayor.
question we have is from Councillor Richard Stobart.
Chair, thank you. So if you'll indulge me, I will read this out. So on the topic of getting support to residents who really need it, in light of the significant risk of harm to residents who have lost access to their winter fuel allowance, how is the delivery of the Council's cost of living support programme going? And has the Council been able to identify those who are eligible for pension credit and winter fuel allowance but have not been claiming it?
Who's going to respond to that? Oh, Councillor Henry Batchelor, I see, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Stobart for the question. Given it's quite a prudent one, my answer that I've prepared is a bit longer than I'd usually give, so please do indulge me as I go into the details somewhat here. So at our Cabinet meeting in November, we agreed an additional £100,000 investment to ensure that the Council's current cost of living support could be maintained as well as expanded throughout the 2025-2026 period. Over the last 2 years, we have provided tangible support for those most in need, including providing hundreds of products to people just about managing to reduce the cost of keeping warm at home and cooking. We are renewing our efforts at the moment to encourage residents to claim all that they're eligible for. We have sponsored the latest edition of the Cambridge Independent. We've commissioned a number of Facebook adverts, and we've wrapped 3 of our refuse collection vehicles in large adverts to try and encourage people to claim the help that they are entitled to. The low income family tracker, or LIFT, is a game changer for us, as it helps us to be far more data-driven in our approach to trying to reach those people who we know are missing out on benefits that they're eligible to claim. And due to the acute issues with pension credit, we have prioritised this piece of work as the first using the new platform. I'm pleased to report that by using the tracker, the Council has been able to identify 287 households within our district that are eligible for pension credit but not currently claiming. This is a much higher number than we were anticipating, but does highlight the scale of the issue. All of these households have now been sent a letter inviting them to claim, with details of how to apply outlined in this letter. Any households that apply for pension credit by the 21st of December and backdate their application by 3 months will still receive a winter fuel payment for this winter. We've also been able to use the LIFT to target additional support to those who are just missing out on receiving pension credits this winter. There are 85 households on our benefits administrative database whose income is less than £1,000 over the threshold for being able to claim pension credit. All these people will be invited to receive an electric blanket free of charge from the Council, as we have done in previous years, to try and help reduce the heating costs this winter. Importantly, they will also be offered a free income maximisation appointment with an advisor at the Council to see if there is further help that we can offer. The comprehensive approach we've taken on here ensures that we're not only maximising the number of people that should be receiving the winter fuel payment this winter, but also providing additional support to those most vulnerable who will be losing it. Thank you, Chair.
I do, Chair, thank you. So, first of all, through you, thank you to Councillor Batchelor for a comprehensive answer. Now, LIFT is the low-income family tracker is a crucial piece of equipment, for the Council, and I think the comments have demonstrated that. So, what are amongst the projects to which LIFT could be applied to other vulnerable residents, so residents, with other requirements? Perhaps I could just add to that and say, how do you feel, through you, Chair, Councillor Batchelor, how do you feel that expertise in the use of this, the LIFT tool, is accruing to the Council?
Peter.
That's me, actually, Chair. That's okay.
Oh.
Not quite yet, thank you. But
anyway,
within... again, thank you for the follow-up question. I mean, it's important to not underestimate the importance of the LIFT programme that we've invested in. In terms of what else the programme can do, I mean, it's possible to identify residents that will see their income reduce when they transition to universal credit from legacy benefits such as the tax credit system or income support. And in the new year, we're going to look at proactively support council tenants who are already in arrears with their rent and will be worse off when they transition to universal credit. It's hoped that by implementing some early interventions before their income decreases, this will not only support the residents' well-being, but also support the council to maximise collection rates, which is a KPI that we have. In addition to this, we will be undertaking further campaigns to maximise benefit take-up using Lift. Residents that should be claiming universal credit, free school meals and healthy start vouchers will be contacted directly and supported to apply. All of these campaigns, in addition to the current pension credit take-up campaign, will hopefully see thousands of pounds of previously unclaimed support provided directly to the residents that need it most. So in short, the Lift programme that we've invested in is going to, well, we're hoping will prove very, very useful, and this winter specifically will be a real test of that. So thank you.
Thank you. We then move on to our next question. It's from Councillor Anna Bradman.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'm going to read it because it's short. It has not yet been confirmed whether the Council will be compensated for the Government's increase in employer national insurance contributions. If the Government does not compensate local authorities for this change, how much will this cost the Council and ultimately local taxpayers?
Leader, I think Councillor Williams is going to take this, yes.
Thank you, Chair. The cost to this council of the increase in employers' national insurance is around £375,000, including costs in the shared services hosted by South Cambs. It is expected that there will be some form of compensation for this increase in employers' national insurance contributions for local authorities, and that this will form part of the financial settlement for 2025-26, which will be announced this December. Whether the compensation is sufficient to fully cover the additional cost of the national insurance remains to be seen, and will be a key thing we'll be looking at in the financial settlement.
Councillor Brandon.
Thank you. So I wondered if the Local Government Association has been informed about this and whether they have expressed our concerns to government about it. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Chair, I think Councillor Bridget Smith is going to respond to this.
Either.
Thank you very much. So yes, I mean, this is, new burdens funding is something that the LGA, picks up at every opportunity. And there's huge concern over the impact this is going to have. Similarly, on the weekly food waste costs, with the offer that all the council have had from DEFRA thus far is going to be thoroughly inadequate to actually compensate for the increased burden of weekly food collection. So the LGA is a very, very important cross-party, non-political voice into government from councils who are facing these additional burdens. On top of this, the media is full of the impact that this is going to have, particularly on social care and on care homes. So, even though we are getting some assurance that those of us in local government will be compensated for, I think for those councils who have outsourced services, that's going to, they're not going to get the same level of compensation because they've outsourced some of their key work streams. So I think, I think it's a really serious issue, and hopefully, well, I know the LGA is very engaged in it, and keep our fingers crossed.
Before I take the next question, which is from Councillor Drew, I did notice at the start of that question that some members are having difficulty getting their phones to switch to silent. And in that context, I thought I'd just remind you that there is a chairman's charity, which is the Camborne Youth Forum. My own phone let me down earlier on, and so I shall be making a small contribution. If any other members feel inclined to do similarly, I will ensure that we circulate the page for contributions to that. Our next question is from Councillor Drew.
Thank you, Chair. In the autumn budget announcement, the government raised the cap on bus fares by 50% from £2 to £3 per single fare. For the average person commuting to work by bus, it has been estimated that this will cost them up to £450 more each year. Can the leader outline what steps we might take as a council to press the government to reverse this policy, which will disproportionately impact young people and those on low incomes?
Leader, sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you. That's a really important point. So, you know, the government's budget is letting residents down, and this is yet another example. The instigation of the £2 cap was not just to relieve the pressure of the cost of living crisis, but it was also to increase ridership on buses, which really suffered very badly during COVID and has been slow to recover. And what I believe is that it has been largely successful in improving ridership. It would be a crying shame if that ridership went backwards. I think so from my discussions with colleagues over the last couple of days on this, you know, particularly in our area, our rural area, very rarely do people just take one bus journey. Invariably, they're taking 2 and sometimes even 3 bus journeys. So, you know, it's very easy to say, oh, it's just going up to £3, it's only £1, it doesn't make much difference. But actually, when you talk about the return, that's £2. If they have to then change buses, then that's £4. And if they're doing that every day of the week, and so on and so on and so forth. So when I was at the Combined Authority Leader Strategy meeting yesterday, I asked for an analysis from them on the impact of the increase in the cap, so that when we are more formally discussing whether the Combined Authority should be using its money in order to keep the cap at £2, we're actually making an evidence-based decision there, because we actually look at what the impact is on real people's real lives. I'm very happy to write to the Minister highlighting our shared concerns. I think it might be, and I'm already encouraging that within the Combined Authority, I think it might be best that I delay that until we've got that evidence base, so I can actually talk about the impact on rural communities. And in the regular conversations that myself and Cabinet have with our 3 MPs, we'll raise the issue with them, but I know it's something that they're already very much latched onto. So thank you.
Councillor Drew, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, briefly. Thank you for that, very clear. It's really good to hear of the positive impact that the £2 single fare has had and how it's increased bus ridership. Just one thing in relation to the decision the government has taken to raise it to £3. Can the leader confirm that the previous government's original funding was due to run out in December 2024, and that there were not, as far as we're aware, any plans to extend that?
Leader.
I believe that is the case. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is the case. And again, going back to the Combined Authority, the Combined Authority, should it be minded to subsidise the cap, will have to make decisions about how long that's for. You know, no budget allows that to be indefinite. So, you know, do they do it for 6 months? Do they do it for a year? You know, we're all running on annual funding settlements. So, you know, there will be all sorts of decisions to make. But I hope they will be evidence-based decisions. So, thank you.
Thank you. Our next question is from Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Chair. I'll read it out as it is a short one. On the 19th of November 2024, the Council held its 2nd annual Climate Action Conference in Camborne. How successful was this event, and are there plans to repeat it next year?
I think that Councillor Milnes is going to answer this one.
I am. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor Osborne. Very nice to report on this event. I should, though, correct Leader Bridget Smith, who ascribed some credit to me for this, but it was almost entirely down to the officer team to organise this, so I don't take any undue credit. The inaugural event last year was very well received and gave us very little decision-making to hold it again, and indeed we will do so for next year. Just in terms of numbers, there was 68 attendees, as well as many of us council members, obviously in the offices as well. We had speakers covering the county council, climate change mitigation, amongst many very well received presentations on the day, and then workshops and an evening event. So generally I would like to applaud our team for running a really successful event. Thank you.
Unusually, let me say that I attended that, and I also thought it was an extremely successful event. It was good to see Councillor James Rickson as one of our speakers there. Councillor Osborne, did you have a follow-up to that question?
Yes, please, Chair. The climate conference is really useful for bringing together partners from outside of the council, but how are members and officers of the council able to better support the council's work on this?
Councillor Mills.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure I want to answer that on the fly. I'd like to give it some consideration, because it is the collaboration between various levels of local government is key to this. We've got a very active Environment and Green Investment Committee at the County Council, whose officers came and helped us with the event. And continuation of that generally is the answer to the question, but I'd like to give some thought to a more considered answer to the question with your permission. Thank you.
Councillor Osborne, it sounds as though we may have some more information, maybe to add to the appendix to the minutes, or for subsequent information, which I'm sure all members of this council would be glad to hear about. Next, we move to Councillor Sunita Hansraj. There we are, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. A question. Now that the government has confirmed it won't be extending the best value notice, does the leader agree that the previous government's ideological weaponization of the best value notice system was inappropriate?
Leader, I think you're going to take that, are you?
Thank you very much indeed. So I thank Councillor Hansraj for the question. So I mean, I've already said in this meeting that I was very pleased that MHCLG decided not to reissue the best value notice, and I think the letter we had from the Minister, and I referred to his speech last night, recognises the importance of positive working relations with local government, and to use use his own words, the importance of not micromanaging local government. So again, when I met face-to-face a few weeks ago with Jim McMahon, he said he wanted to reset the relationship with local government. I did rather quip that I didn't think there was a relationship to be reset, and it was about establishing a relationship, because it had been sadly lacking for us anyway in recent months, if not years. So it's very gratifying that this government recognises that local authorities are independent employers who are rightly responsible for the management and organisation of their own workforces. We didn't have collaborative working before, and you will be aware that we submitted vast amounts of data to MHC, or well, Government Levelling Up as well, the department, prior to the general election. We never had any feedback on all that data. We never had a meeting with the minister, despite me asking. I lost count actually of how many times I asked to meet with the minister to explain our situation, and also to hear what his, and it was always a his, hear what his concerns were, various hises. So, we've not received any information on how they analysed the data, or whether they actually did analyse the data. I think they probably did, actually, because I think if they found anything, I think we would have heard about it pretty quickly. So looking back, the best value notice seems to be reactionary, politically motivated, a fruitless attempt to stoke up a culture war, and we're still here, and the last government isn't. I hope that moving forward the politics will be taken out of this, because at the end of the day, it's operational. This is about finding ways of delivering the very best services possible to our residents. You know, the fact that we have a happy, healthy, well-motivated, highly productive staff is, you know, what we should all be aspiring to. Thank you.
Thank you, Nida. Councillor Hansraj, did you have a follow-up to that question?
No, thank you, Chair.
Right. Councillor Heather Williams.
As on the order paper, Chair.
Nida, I think you're going to take this, are you?
So as I've said from the outset, we will consult in advance about whether we plan to move ahead to become a permanent 4-day week employer. The questions in the consultation will ensure that the council and members have the right information to make an informed decision about how we continue to provide excellent service to our communities. And as I just said, in answer to the last question, this is about delivering the best services to our communities, and that's what matters. We'll ensure that all the information about the 4-day week, including any areas of additional costs and the hundreds of thousands of pounds that we have actually identified as being saved or not spent, because, you know, money on agency staff was an overspend. Make sure that information is easily available for anyone responding to the consultation. This information is already publicly available in the report that went to full council in July of this year. As we think we'll be able to consult early in 2025 following the local government finance settlement, because it's imperative we, you know, have clarification about whether the new government is levying any financial penalties on councils who adopt a 4-day week model or any other non-traditional model. We're still working on these with an independent data analysis company, and therefore they're not yet finished. The experts we've appointed have decades of experience, and they will make sure that the consultation is fair and balanced and meaningful.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So I didn't really get an answer, I don't believe, to my question. It's quite a yes-no. Will residents be asked if they're happy for the authority to have their money spent in that way? Because at the end of the day, you know, the council is, as the leader has referred to it in the past, giving a gift of a day off for work well done, and they were her words. Will that question be in the consultation as to whether people are happy or not for their council tax to be spent in this manner? And we can debate it ourselves, and there will be difference of opinion. But can that be guaranteed to be in the consultation? Yes, no, and I don't know.
Leader.
So I'm not going to give a yes/no. As I said in answer to your first question, we're working with a data company on this at the moment. The questions will be finalised once we've finished that work with them, and there will be an opportunity to make comments about service delivery and the 4-day week in general.
Thank you, Leader. Now, that finishes the formal question session. We have time left before the expiry of the 30 minutes, which means that we will deal with any questions which have been notified to the Democratic Services Manager before the start of this meeting. The procedure is the Democratic Services Manager draws lots on all the questions that have been submitted, and we will see what the result is of that process. I do like to go through the correct procedure in these matters. So we have a late question submitted by Councillor Dr. Richard Williams. Councillor Williams, would you like to ask your question?
Thank you, Chair. I'll read this one out. So, can the leader confirm that any move to make the 4-day week permanent for the council's highest paid staff will be conditional on an affirmative vote of the full council?
Leader. We have time. No rush.
I don't understand what the question means.
I hear lots of comments, but we'll wait for the leader to respond to this at her own time, please.
So are you implying that the council's senior staff should be considered differently from other staff? Sorry, through you, Chair, beg your pardon.
Of course. Could you clarify your question?
I am, because they are, because we have to have an annual pay statement which relates to the pay of our highest paid staff. We don't have to have an annual pay statement that relates to the pay of all the staff. So they are, under statute, treated differently, because we have to approve formally in full council the pay statement every year in May.
Leader, is the question clear to you now?
Well, yes, but no, I won't confirm that because I haven't even thought about it as yet.
It's difficult to give you a supplementary to that condition, but I think you deserve
I would have thought it's fairly easy to say yes. I mean, it's a very simple question. Is this administration prepared to commit to giving this council a binding vote on the question of the 4-day week for staff who are paid several multiples of the annual average wage in this country and who are statutorily in a separate category?
Through you, Chair?
Leader?
No.
Yes, please.
No.
I think that's a very clear answer. Now, that brings us to the end of our questions. I had said earlier we might just start on the motions, but I think in fact it's probably a good time to take a short break. So if you would be back here again for 4:45, we can then start on the motions as submitted. Thank you, members. Again, we're resuming this meeting of the South Cambridgeshire District Council, meeting on 28th of November. And we come to item 14, which is motions. And I would remind members that we have a maximum period of 30 minutes for each motion to be moved, seconded and debated, and that includes dealing with any amendments. And at the end of that 30-minute period, debate will stop immediately. The mover of the original motion, or the amendment if that forms the substantive motion now, will have a right of reply before the motion or amendment is put to the vote. And the Elections and Democratic Services Manager will time the 30 minutes for each motion and the 3 minutes for each speech. The proposer, of course, has 5 minutes for their speech. No other speech may exceed 3 minutes without the consent of the chair, i.e. me, in case you haven't noticed. Right, item 14A, motion standing in the name of Councillor Dan Lentel. Councillor Lentel, would you please? Just get over it now. Right. Just in time. I'll let you sit down. Councillor Dan Lentel, would you move your motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. What is it you need?
This one.
This one? That one?
That one.
There you go. Are we talking in favour of it? Are we saying who the seconder is?
We're inviting you to move the motion and then say who you have to second it.
Well, I'm rather hoping that it will go through on acclamation, Chair. One thing I do want to say is thank you to you. This motion is the product of many conversations cross-party at this council that you have helped to facilitate and conversations that you have helped to make possible. I do think it's regrettable that those conversations didn't lead further, but there we are. Ultimately, what this motion is about installing a common sense safeguard, a guardrail, a baby Dan gate at the top of the stairs. We cannot have a situation where, and I brought along my handy pocket-sized version of our Constitution for people to read. We cannot have a situation where we have any sense that staff are selling back their services to this council on their fifth day. This has not been included in any of the discussions I've seen. It's not been seen in any of the papers we have seen. And actually, the surprised look on the senior leadership team's faces the other meeting where it became clear that so many staff were using their extra day simply to work another job. And the question for anybody who's minded not to triumphantly support this motion is, how do you explain to your residents the benefit to them of staff on full pay working another job for another employer? How do you explain it to the shelf stackers in Tesco and in Waitrose? How do you explain it to the barmaid and the cleaner, to the doctor, to the nurse? How do you explain to people who are already working a 4-day week? Many of them are who are already working 4 days rather than 5, possibly because of family commitments. I'm entirely echoing the very sensible comments made by Councillor Dr. Bhattacharya a couple of sessions ago. So I'm just really intrigued. Why would you vote against something that seems so obvious? My seconder is Richard Williams. He's much cleverer and more articulate than I am, so hopefully you'll get a better speech out of him. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Richard Williams, are you happy to second this? And if so, do you want to speak now or reserve your comments to the end?
I am happy to second it, Chair, and I'll speak now, if that's okay. Yeah, so I am seconding this motion. I think this is a really important motion, as Councillor Lentel has suggested. It raises issues that are fundamental to public trust. Now, as I'm sure any councillor who has given a fair representation of the 4-day week in their parish councils will know, there is palpable anger amongst residents, particularly parish councillors, not only about the fact of this trial, but also about the way that it has come about. We are 2 years now into this experiment, and there has still not been a single vote of this whole council where we, the elected representatives, be we Liberal Democrats or be we Conservatives or Independents, have not been asked our opinion. We've not been given the opportunity to express our opinion, and that is disrespectful to the people who put us here. It is even more so when you do see, as we saw in the report that came a few months ago, that there are serious and very legitimate concerns about the way the day off, which the council taxpayer is still paying for, is being used. Will my council tax get reduced by 20% is a question I am often asked. And on the argument that we heard earlier, that this is somehow, successful because it's been tried in the private sector, there is a fundamental difference between the private sector and the public sector. And if a private sector business wishes to undertake a 4-day week, that private sector business will bear the cost. And if the customers of the private sector business do not think they are getting a satisfactory service from a business working 4 days a week, they can go elsewhere and they can buy their products from another supplier. That is not the case with the public sector. Our residents have no choice. They can't go to a different planning enforcement agency. They can't go to a different waste collection service. They are stuck with what they are getting. So to have introduced a 4-day week without even having consulted the representatives of the residents is just showing contempt, and it is unacceptable. It is therefore vital that the council, to restore as much public trust as possible, supports, I would argue, the measures in this motion to ensure that we do not end up in a situation, particularly if, I'm tempted to say when, but if the 4-day week becomes permanent, that we don't have a situation where the council is paying 5 days' salary for people to go and work for that 5th day, potentially even for this council. And there hasn't really been any clear assurance given yet that that would be prohibited. And I'm not even sure how it could be prohibited if you change the contracts of employment. So we kind of the ridiculous situation of people getting a 5-day salary for South Cambs Council and then working for South Cambs Council as an agency worker for the 5th day, earning almost double the salary, or working for East Cambs or Huntingdonshire or whoever. That is not acceptable. And I would have hoped that there would be consensus in the council that the measures proposed in the motion are eminently sensible and would go at least some way to restoring public trust.
Could you bring up? Thank you very much. Before I call anyone else to speak on this, I would draw attention to the monitoring officer's advice that this motion seeks to determine an executive function and that therefore this item may be debated but with no vote at the end and then handed to Cabinet. Alternatively, the motion can be immediately sent to Cabinet if that is proposed. Who wishes to respond to this motion? Can I come back to Councillor Heather Williams? I'd like to come to Councillor John Williams first, if that's all right. I'm not quite sure what the order was. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, this motion asks us to ensure that appropriate monitoring and reporting mechanisms are put in place. It is already the case that all employment contracts with the council require staff to report any second job to the human resources team to ensure no conflicts of interest exist. Second jobs are only agreed to if they comply with legislation, such as the Working Time Directive, and do not present a conflict of interest. This was the case before the 4-day week trial and has continued during the trial. And we had people working second jobs before the 4-day week trial. So there's been no change in that. Secondly, the motion asks us to establish clear guidelines that prohibit external employment during the paid day off, where that would undermine public trust. Clear guidelines on second jobs and the 4-day week trial already exist. Colleagues are told that they may not take on external paid work during their regular working hours on their 4-day week trial non-working day. The motion references the response to one question in the last staff welfare survey. This question showed there was an increase in the number of people doing paid work on their non-working day. This increase had occurred since the waste service joined the trial. Following that survey, and some members will know this because this has been discussed on the Staffing and Employment Committee, an investigation was undertaken to establish the facts. This investigation found that people who answered yes to that question were in fact just reporting jobs that they had before the 4-day week trial started, such as evening cleaning jobs. They are perfectly entitled to continue with those jobs under the 4-day week trial, and no one has started a new job on their non-working day during the trial. And I say this was reported to Staffing and Employment. Thirdly, the motion asks us to maintain and review a register of employees' interests. Again, this register of interests already exists and is based upon a standard model and requires staff to provide particulars of any financial and non-financial interests and particulars of any memberships of organisation not open to the general public. This register of interests is reviewed by auditors to ensure the appropriate decision making. And lastly, the motion asks us to introduce a policy preventing staff from selling their services back to the council on their paid day off. The council already does not normally buy extra services from our employees on their non-working days. However, on the rarest of one-off specific occasions, we do need staff to work limited extra hours, normally at weekends or evenings, and we would not want to lose the ability to do this when it is needed to deliver for our residents. The main example here...
Williams, can I ask you to...
Yeah, I'm just coming. Residency checks needed to enable us to implement the Homes for Ukraine scheme. Even then, on the rare occasion extra hours are worked, overtime rights are only paid if that person works more than their contracted hours and not their 4-day week hours. And the contracted hours is 37. So finally, the arrangements we already have in place go further than those proposed in this motion. So for that reason, I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me remind members that we will not be taking a vote at the end of this motion for the reasons that I outlined earlier. Now, I'm not quite clear whether our next speaker was Councillor Heather Williams or Councillor Sharona Bhattacharya. I think Councillor Bhattacharya.
I have a small comment on this, and then you can make it 3 days, 2 days, 4 days, 2 days, whatever, because you have the more number of people here to support you, vote you, dear Chair, and the Council. My question is, what happiness do you get to divide the British? What happiness do you get to divide British society morally, ethically, and socially? Why do you see yourself superior than others? Who gave you the right to treat yourself special? Superior than the common, critical, hardworking mass in the UK. And can you also confirm, do you please confirm that 100%, can you confirm that no other staff is working for other 3 days and earning 3 days salary with the 5 days salary? That will bring a fantastic phenomena. We are having 8 days a week. I'm not against about their salary. What I'm trying to say that 3 days salary, can you confirm that no other staff member are working outside with the 3 days salary because they can? So that makes 5 days salary plus 3 days salary a fantastic phenomenon of the 8 days of working days. But that is my comment. I'm not against a staff member. I am just asking you as a chair or the council, what happiness do you get to divide the British community?
Thank you for that. Before I call the next speaker, let me just remind members we are in debate here. We're not necessarily asking questions of anybody or expecting answers. We will determine this debate when we have heard from all our contributors. I think the next is Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I think part of the problem that has led us to get to this position, Chair, is the lack of debate that there's been able to be had on this issue and a lack of vote. The decisions have been taken at Cabinet. Again, today, we're not going to have a vote on this because it's being referred that way. And I think that has not helped. And the decisions to go down that route, unlike what the Cambridge City Council did, where they took it to full council, has led us into this situation where people are looking for alternative ways to try and have a say on this issue. Some of the things have been referenced already. So only agreed second jobs, that people have to come and speak to us to make sure, which is standard practice. However, when the report came out, Chair, there was obvious shock at the scale of the amount of people that had a second job. And I think when it came through scrutiny, our officers said they were going to have to look as to where those figures come from, because it was a shock. Therefore, either the practice beforehand wasn't adequate at capturing that information, or there has been an increase. I don't think we can really tell, because at the end of the day, there was shock at the level from officers as well as members when that came through. I also find it hard to believe that not a single person, we're being told not a single person has started a second job over the last 2 years, given the relatively high percentage it is. And I think the reason that this is so important is it goes down to the argument that has been put forward in relation to the benefits of the 4-day week. So even if we take our own personal views on whether it is a good or bad thing out of it for a moment, the argument has been that less work means more rest, creates more productivity. We've been told about being able to do more care work, having more time to walk the dog, all these sorts of things. But this percentage of people is quite high for this organisation. You know, it's not an organisation of 10 people, so 15% is only one, or what have you, that are working second jobs. And I do think it undermines at least what the administration are striving to achieve by having people more rested. It also concerns me, Chair, in relation to reassurances that we've been given in the past that people can't work on their contracted hours, that they must be available. So if there was an emergency, a pandemic, any of those sorts of things, which unfortunately we've been very unlucky as a council to have to deal with in our time, many of us.
Councillor Williams, could I ask you to sum up?
You can, Chair, and I was very patient in waiting my turn. I think that if this is happening anyway, as has been argued, what really is the harm in just giving reassurance to councillors that are very concerned that this is undermining the benefits and actually undermining the administration's argument in defence of this? So if there is no harm in supporting it, I appreciate, again, we're not going to get a vote. I ask why create frustration over it?
Thank you. I see no other members wanting to take part in the debate on this motion, so we therefore come back to Councillor Dan Lentell as the proposer to sum up the motion.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for your contributions. Respectfully, I don't agree with our colleagues on the Blue Team. I think 4-day working is fabulous. I know from my own setup that having an extra day for family time and life admin and all those other things, it makes a huge difference to mental and physical well-being. The problem has always been this imposition, and it is an imposition, of the 5 days paid for 4 days worked, which is the Reykjavik model of 4-day working. And the problem with the Reykjavik model, applied here is that in Reykjavik, it was the whole economy, public and private, that decided to go to 4-day working because there was a perceived lack of productivity in the Icelandic economy compared to the other Scandinavian economies. The point was, nobody in the public or private sector was left behind. That has not happened here. And it has been hugely damaging for the reputation of this council. It's been hugely damaging for the reputation of local government in general, I would argue. The argument that this is already happening, respectfully, Councillor John Williams, I just cannot see how you square that with the revelations that we've had about how this proposal, this trial came about, and without wanting to stray into matters that the chair would find inappropriate, come on, let's get real. Let's not kid ourselves. We know that conflicts of interests that should have been declared in an ideal world, whether they should have been according to the letter of the rules, the spirit of the rules, as written behind me in my handy portable, pocket-sized version of the Constitution, this was not followed. This was not followed, and people are rightly angry about it. Then there's the claim that there hasn't been a change. Yes, there has been a change. There has been a 15% jump, according to the council's own data. And ultimately, this isn't about what's happening now. It isn't about what has happened in the past. It's about what happens in the future. So I'll draw a little picture, right? Let's imagine that we were unscrupulous property developers. I've heard such people exist. Now let's say that, we've got a whole bunch of back office filing to do. Why don't we get one of those nice people from the council to come and help us with our back office filing? We'll pay them a couple of tens of grand a year to do it. So they don't really have to turn up or anything. It's not a bribe. It's not a bribe. It goes through PAYE. And it's absolutely, doesn't need to be declared because it's office work and it doesn't relate to what it. This is about future-proofing what I hope is a long-term shift in employment patterns in local government. I think local government is a good place to try and make a 4-day week a success. Because it's a really good idea.
Could you draw your comments to a conclusion, please?
The reason this trial has not been a success is because of the lack of debate, and the lack of debate has meant that key issues, such as the one raised in this motion, have not been discussed. And I am sorry that it isn't going to pass.
Thank you, Councillor Lentel. I think we'll end the motion there. There has been, of course, a fair debate this afternoon. I'm sure that will be taken into account by Cabinet, but under rules that I mentioned earlier on, this matter is now referred to Cabinet. Thank you, members. Now we're going to move on to item 14B, which is the motion in the name of Councillor Heather Williams. And as Council may recall, I've declared an interest and will now withdraw. Leave my Vice Chair to take the chair for this next item.
As you may have realised, acting as Vice Chair was such a traumatic experience for Councillor Sally Ann Hart. She's left and gone home. I would therefore like to nominate Councillor Dr. Lisa Redrup as temporary Vice Chair. Could we agree that by affirmation, please?
Agreed.
Anyone against? We had this organised, thank you. Let's just give Councillor Redrup a moment to settle in. You'll have to log in on this mic. Your role is just to look for hands that I miss. Yeah. Okay, I think we're ready to go. As Councillor Fain said before he left, we're moving on to motion 14B, which is the motion standing in the name of Councillor Heather Williams. Councillor Williams, would you please move your motion?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's been well reported, and if anybody hasn't heard of what's happening to the farming community at the moment, then I'm really keen to know where you've been, because sometimes we all need a bit of a retreat from the media. It's really hard to see so many people struggle with the proposals. And already there is a separate piece of work that goes on for the Samaritans in relation to the mental health of farmers, because we know that actually suicide rates and the like are a lot higher for farmers and people in agriculture. And that's because it's a very difficult and hard, physically hard life, but also a time when you spend a lot of time in isolation, and you have many people relying on you, and you are relying on the weather. So being a farmer in Britain has got to come with its extra strains. I think it's important to remember that family farms are multiple generations, and we stopped making land a very long time ago. Back when, before the dawn of time, we now have a very finite resource, and we must get the best we can out of that finite asset. There's a real concern that small farms will fold, and as a consequence, as we saw with energy, the controls and the fiscal controls will then go to a very small few of people that can afford to keep going on, and we'll end up with giant food producers that can set the prices, and we cannot, despite what I very strangely heard in an interview from somebody that thankfully is a former advisor to the governing party, that farming is an industry we don't need. I very much hope everybody in here will agree that farming is an industry we do need. There are ways in which to safeguard against loopholes, and I don't think that they've been explored. For example, the lack of understanding between assets and cash. Farmers may be asset rich because that land was bought 8-9 generations ago at 50p an acre. It's not their fault that it's now worth what it is. If somebody goes on to sell it, then yes, tax it if you must. But if it's just passing hands to continue to be farmed, I think we all need to be mindful of not putting extra strains, which at the end of the day would have to be passed on to consumers. And despite the government figures, tenant farmers are really at risk of this, because if you're a tenant farmer, you're relying on your landlord. If they have to start selling off parcels of land to pay these bills, then that's going to really knock on that chain. And then it's not just the farmers themselves. There's lots of industries that rely on food production, be that hospitality. We have very locally to me gin companies, distilleries. We have local breweries that need our ale. If we're really passionate and true to when we say we want things to be sustainable, then we have to look at our local food chain as well if we want sustainability. This will impact on so many people because of the nature of our district directly, but I think it will have an indirect impact on every single one of us in this room and beyond throughout the district, into the city and throughout the nation. I think it's a real shame and a lack of understanding what we see at the moment. that's my hope, that it's just ignorance that's leading to policies like this. I very much hope that everybody will support it and also help take steps to look at what we can do to help reassure our farming community, which is extensive in South Cambridgeshire, to make sure that we do keep the Cambridgeshire agricultural flag flying for future generations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Is this motion seconded?
Yes, and I'd like to speak at the end. Thank you.
Okay, you reserve your right to speak at the end. Thank you, Councillor Bogart. I believe there is an amendment has been submitted to this motion. Councillor Williams, have you seen the amended motion? Can you either, Dome Services, put it on? Okay. Who is proposing the amended? Councillor Leeming. You may propose now.
Chair, it's a very substantial amendment. Could we possibly have a couple of minutes just to digest it properly, so 5 minutes? If you open the page, I mean...
Yeah, I think 5 minutes is a reasonable request.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's Councillor Richard Stobart.
Chair, there's one part of the amendment that we would claim negates the substantive item.
Interesting. Based on legal opinion and my own observations, I don't see anything that negates the original motion, but please go ahead and...
Myself and Councillor Dr Richard Williams, if I can turn you to the second page of what has been proposed, to the second bullet point, it refers to 7 years to allow gifts. That actually suggests that they are not opposed, that's not an opposition to the family farm tax, just a delay of the family farm tax. This motion is clearly against the family farm tax, and therefore that suggestion that it would be supportive of it negates the item.
Thank you. And Councillor Leeming, I assume you do not agree with that assessment?
No, I don't agree with that assessment. It's just there as an example of something that could be done differently. It doesn't mean that I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. In which case, we'll go ahead and debate the amendment. Councillor Leeming, could you move the amendment, please? No. Oh, sorry. I was taking it as read that you're not accepting the amended version, Councillor Williams.
No, it negates the item in our view.
Understood, thank you. Proposer, 3 minutes. Councillor Richard Stobart is seconding. Do you wish to speak now?
Yes, Chair, I would like to speak now.
We have to. Yeah, the proposer has to speak first, but if you wish to speak afterwards, that would be fine. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Leeming, please go ahead.
Good. Could I please check that as a proposer of an amender, I get 3 minutes or 5 minutes to speak, please?
3.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst the party opposite and the Lib Dems have disagreements over farming, the Labour Party clearly doesn't understand it at all. Steve Reed's comments that farmers will have to do more with less fails to see that selling off land may make a viable farm go bankrupt. The alternative is sweating the land in intensive farming that's not in the interests of nature or biodiversity. Who will buy the land sold off? It's unlikely to be other farmers who will find themselves in the same bind as the vendor. It's likely that the land will fall out of agricultural production altogether. The impact of the changes has been grossly underestimated. When the Treasury states that only 27% of farmers will be affected, they've based this calculation on a pool of people, including those who own barren land and non-commercial farms, hobbyists. Once these people have been removed, the NFU calculate that the farm tax will affect 75% of current commercial operating farms, and even DEFRA put this figure at 66%. There's a failure to see that high land values are based on inflated land prices, not the value of the land as a farming asset. Labour didn't create this land price inflation, but when they look at these inflated values, they see farmers and their land as a tax source rather than a food source. It's vital that governments of all shades start to take our food security more seriously. Britain has always been far from self-sufficient in terms of food production. We import 40% of our food and live in volatile times. Our now raw exposure to international tariff regimes post-Brexit makes us vulnerable. We've lost the stability of being within a large protected market. Our farmers now have phytosanitary checks and vet checks to produce to trade with our neighbours who have the advantage of not having to do this because their nation didn't inflict these barriers on themselves. We've got Trump on the horizon. This is a threat to food security, food prices, and the sustainability of farming. Most farmers wish to farm with high standards of welfare and with concern for the environment, but farmers now face being undercut by the results of awful trade deals. The former farming minister, George Eustace, admitted that the Australia deal signed by his government is actually not very good for the UK. British farmers are held to a much higher standard than we require from our new import partners, who can compete against British farmers with horrible farming practices that we wouldn't tolerate here. But they're still free to undercut our farmers. When we look at the stress that British farming is under, created over years, it's vital to see the backdrop into which the Labour government's tax plans have landed. The Labour government fails to recognise that they're damaging trust between farmers and government, so vital in tackling climate change and biodiversity loss. Any kind of progressive or green change in rural Britain needs farmers, all of them, to be agents of change, which is impossible if they're under significant financial pressure. When farmers, who are the people on the ground in every sense of the term in tackling our biodiversity crisis, are forced out of farming or pressured into intensive practices.
Councillor Leeming, could you bring your remarks to a close, please?
When farmers are forced out of farming or pressured into intensive practices, who will be the people to create the hedgerows, the ponds, the habitats that our nature-depleted island needs? They'll be gone or not listening anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies, I'm losing the plot. Councillor Stobart, did you want to speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
Chair, I would like to speak now, if that's okay.
Please go ahead. 3 minutes.
If a group of SME companies were to approach the council or any of us or make a presentation, and we could list amongst the pressures that were on them that they were part of, and maybe the first step in a particularly difficult and sometimes brutal supply chain, that they would regard themselves as asset rich and cash poor. That they were under particular threat from a healthcare point of view, and there were high incidents of mental health issues, including suicides, we'd be very concerned. And I think that kind of sums up, and Councillor Heather Williams mentioned a number of these things in her introduction of the original motion. So we recognise amongst farmers a group that is under serious pressure, but I don't think farmers alone, because farmers form, part of that fabric of our rural communities, and without the farmers, the communities would suffer. So rural communities that are under pressure, and we're already beginning to see use of the term rurality in a negative sense. So rurality is implying, for example, transport poverty, sometimes energy poverty, but certainly stresses and strains with regard to healthcare. So that's the kind of environment in which our farming communities live, and yet, just referring or perhaps amplifying some of the points that Councillor Leeming mentioned, farmers also carry a degree of responsibility, the kind of things that we've been discussing in the context of better land management, improving management of water, of distribution of fertilisers, of adoption of new techniques. In fact, you only need to look at the county bulletins on some of their new tenant farmers to see how those progressive things are being introduced. So in a situation where there's a group under pressure, we're very heavily reliant upon them. We need to see this more in the round and not forget that there are communities, rural communities, even in Cambridgeshire, even in South Cambridgeshire here, where the loss of a farmer or the loss of a farming enterprise locally would actually be very damaging in a community sense. And our parishes, I'm sure, would remind us of that. So I believe that the more rounded nature of this amendment, in other words, it's recognising not just the pressures that farmers are under, but also their very strong obligation to their communities to manage their supply chains well as part of our response to biodiversity decline. That is actually essential, and that is captured. So creating a better economic environment, yes, but creating a more nurturing environment, yes, but also reminding and then offering the support to farmers. I think that's part of the amendment too.
Councillor Stobart, please bring your remarks to a close.
To advocate and to support. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak on this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, you've requested to speak, but as the proposer of the original motion, you have the right of reply before we vote. Do you want to speak now or reserve it until other speakers have had their turn?
Chair, I only reserve that right if I hold on to the motion, which is very unlikely that that would happen. Then it will stand in another's name, and then I won't have a right to reply. So I can I'll make my point on the amendment now, because imagine time is going, and also propose to be debated after this, or voted on at least after this, an amendment to the amendment. And I'll just clarify where that would be. That is the part that we believe negates it. So on the second bullet point of the second page.
I'm sorry, point of order. One can only deal with one amendment at a time, Chair.
And before I was interrupted by Councillor Bradnam, I did say that this could be dealt with afterwards, but I'm explaining the amendment that would be moved, which I believe in my right of reply I'm not restricted from discussing. We can't debate this amendment, but I can still propose it.
No.
Right, suggest
I believe Councillor Bradnam is correct in her intervention. We can only move or discuss one amendment at one time, so.
I'd like some consistency on this, as we have done this previously. Well, my issue with the amendment is in particular on the second bullet point. For example, the Institute of Fiscal Studies have proposed delaying the implementation of the policy for 7 years to allow farmers to gift their farms to their children. That does not say that you're against this family farm tax. You're saying allow some people in this generation to be able to dodge it. That's a very different thing. And I think that sentence and that part really does need to be removed. Otherwise, it sends completely the wrong message. In relation to other things, as we sat, there are things which I agree with. And actually, there's things in here that I said when I moved the motion. However, there is a complete desire in this amendment to actually change the emphasis away from the family farm tax and discuss Brexit. Now, people have different views on Brexit. People have different views on the impacts of Brexit. To be quite honest, we won't know for some years, for or against, what those impacts truly will be. I know it feels like a long time ago, but in historical terms, it's really, really not. I think it's a shame that this happened and that this opportunity was seized on when we could have actually sent a really clear message of a council. For those members that weren't here a few years ago, we used to be able to do that. The wider we'll have that debate. I'm not opposed to it, having a debate on it, and the pros and the cons. But that's not what this motion seeks. The motion seeks to farmers. What we've seen in this amendment is a distinct attempt to divide this council and to create division where there really didn't need to be. And I have to say that it's really sad that this seems to be the tone of meeting after meeting, no matter how it is strived for, that at some point we can guarantee, come to some consensus. At some point, we can represent our residents in a way that they would like to be represented, which is actively. And
please bring your remarks to a close. You've had your 3 minutes.
And my final remarks are that why is everyone in this chamber here? Perhaps we ought to have our moment of reflection to remind ourselves why we're here. Because this is pathetic little games.
Thank you. The next speaker request is Councillor Bygott.
Thank you, Chairman. So as the seconder of the substantive motion, I would like to support what Councillor Heather Williams has just said. There's no way that I can accept this as stopping the policy from ever taking place. You know, one generation will have a loophole to get out of it. But farming is a way of life, and that extends for an infinite number of generations into the future. We are not going to preserve farming in this country in the way that it should be done if we just say, oh, well, it's a bad policy, we've delayed it by 7 years. But in the long sweep of things, that very bad policy will still take place. And as Councillor Heather Williams said, you know, dividing this group of councillors on a whole series of trivial issues that, you know,
Apologies,
we are...
This council is a horrible, horrible place now.
The advice from Democratic Services is the internet feed is a bit, but we can continue. It's being recorded. It'll be on YouTube to view later. Sorry, Councillor Bygott, would you like to finish your remarks, please?
Thank you, Chairman. This council is much stronger if we all speak as one on an issue, the substantive point of which we all agree on. And it's foolish to divide us by adding the most divisive and disruptive topic in British politics for the last generation, on which has divided families right across the nation. Here we are debating Brexit rather than debating, and that's what we're here for. We are a rural district authority. We are here to represent the countryside and the farming community. We are not here to debate controversial issues and fight. Now, I made a speech at the last meeting where we did a very similar thing. We had a debate on the funding of roads, where we were speaking up for the people of this district funding, and that motion was completely hijacked and turned into something else by the addition of a whole lot of divisive political points. This is not how we should be running this council. I remember we had a motion about ID cards in the first year or two after I joined. The Liberal Democrat group and the Conservative group were both completely against ID cards at that time, and we worked together, and we had a united voice across the whole council. We have an opportunity here now to have a united voice, and we should be united. We should not be divided on this. Thank you.
Thank Councillor Bygott, perfect timing. The last speaker request I have is from Dr. Richard Williams. And then I suggest, unless anyone has a burning urge to speak, we'll move to a vote on the amendment. Councillor Dr. Richard.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Leeming said, when farmers are forced out of farming, who will be the people to create our hedgerows, ponds, etc., etc.? And I would add to that, who will be the people to grow our food? I agree, but I don't think it is. I agree that's the case for all time. This amendment reveals the true position of the Liberal Democrat group. If we're going to be political about it, you're not actually opposing this tax. You're just saying, oh, delay it for 7 years, and then it is, I quote, it's not more equitable. What you're basically saying is the children of current farmers will have to pay the tax, although we might let the current farmers off. That is not in the spirit of this motion. I would argue that is not opposing this motion, the amendment to the motion, excuse me.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Williams. I think as the proposer of the amendment, before we move to a vote.
Thank you, Chair. I would be happy to take that paragraph out.
Oh, please.
Okay.
Apologies, Councillor Leaming. Please carry on.
Thank you, Chair. I may need to seek monitoring officer advice with this, but I would be happy to take that paragraph out if it would help the Conservatives agree on the position in my amendment.
I think that paragraph in particular, if you remove it, I'm not going to say that we're happy with what's happened, but at least we would still then consistently oppose to it, which we feel that that paragraph does not in opposition. So yes, that would enable us to be supportive of the resolution, even if we're not happy about the beliefs.
It's there as an example, and I would be very happy to take it out if it would help you support it.
Chair, so I wasn't allowed. We vote on the amendment, then have the amendment to the amendment if time allows, where we then remove it, as we cannot.
Officer advice.
My view is independent.
The one I was asked, and so I'm willing to accept the revised amendment.
I will now ask you if you accept the revised amendment.
I accept it, and the motion will still stand in my name, and I have the right of.
At which point I think we can vote on the amended motion as displayed on the screen.
You've accepted it.
Yes, so now whatever's left, people can debate, and I'll sum up. Still in my name.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's any other speakers who wish to speak to the amended amendment, do you see the latest change on the screen? First hand we've seen is Councillor Lenter.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to just remind colleagues that I was one of two councillors who voted against the idea of having party political officers. I'm extremely impressed by the talent that we have managed to acquire for the council, and can I gently urge that they be used in future to do this before the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? No, I don't see any hands, in which case I think we can move to...
Well, thank you, Chairman. As a seconder, I'm on the substantive motion.
You did. You just spoke on the amendment, so that's fine.
Okay, so this council had for many years, as its part of its vision, to be a voice for rural life. That's not in our current statement, but it is very close to the notion of being green to our core, because the countryside and the well-being of the countryside and the sustainability of the countryside is essential to green issues. Now, not all of us here are farmers. In fact, these days, a very small proportion of the population, but many of us are descended from farming families, and many of us have moved to this district because we love the countryside. And everybody here is here because we love living in a rural area. And we should all be speaking as one to preserve the countryside and to preserve the environment that we find in it. So farmers have farmed the land for many centuries, in fact, for many thousands of years. What this change will create a transition away from farming families to agribusinesses. Farmland will be owned by gigantic corporations who are not themselves subject to inheritance tax. And the current farmers will become agribusiness employees. And that would be a great tragedy for the countryside, because farming families take pride in their land, and they have curated it and preserved it for many generations, keeping it a green place. They've preserved all the hedgerows. Are giant corporations going to take the same care to keep hedgerows? Are they going to take the same care with woodlands or other creatures that live here? So we have to preserve the countryside by preserving the custodians and the guardians of the countryside, which are our farming families. Now, I'm not particularly happy to be talking about a whole lot of stuff about Brexit, which I don't really think is part of the main discussion, but we've accepted that now, and I would thank you for the amendment for the thing about keeping this policy but delaying it for 7 years. I think we all have to speak on one in this, support our farming families and preserve the countryside, because it's a wonderful place to live, and that is one of the key activities of this council, is to preserve the countryside and South Cambridgeshire as a rural community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bygart. Perfect timing as always. Councillor Heather Williams, would you like to close the debate before we take a vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. So others probably were. I was in London on the 19th, and there was a moment of silence at the start of it as we stood outside Downing Street to think about all the people that weren't with us. That's the generations that went before, the generations that we're looking at, and the people that we've already lost through this process. There was not a pin drop in London, other than a tractor going around somewhere. Actually, people travelled to London for the very first time on that day, and you could see that on the tubes. People very anxious. If anyone's seen Clarkson's Farm, there was like a Caleb-style panic, sitting in a priority seat and were they allowed to. But also, we had people from London ask why our wellies were dirty. And that in itself really showed to me about how there are many in Whitehall that just don't understand the countryside. But there are far more councillors than there are MPs in the House of Commons. We have a duty, or at least should understand the countryside, to use our voices as one to support the people that help keep us alive and who help to preserve the countryside. If farming ends and just becomes one big agritech company. All things that, you know, I have the best situation, 26 minutes from London if you want to commute. My mum commuted to London for 20 odd years every day. I don't know how she did it, I can't stand it. And yet we got to live in the countryside. But too many of our areas are dormant. People complain about the noise when it comes to harvest time. They wanted a nice sleepy area. The countryside is a busy, vibrant place, and we can't afford to lose that. And people really fearful for the next generation. It's really, out of everything that is going on at the moment and going on in the world, ability to create that self-harm of instability in our food chain to ourselves just doesn't make sense at this time. And there were so many people that day, and the Liberal Democrat Party leader, the Conservative Party leader, and a member of the House of Lords for the Labour Party, they stood on a stage together. They didn't try to make points against each other in that respect. And I hope that when we come to issues like this in the future, that is a spirit that will be maintained.
Councillor Williams, I think we can... Councillor Leaming, you have a point?
Thank you. I'd just like to make a point of order, really. I reject the insinuation that I've played pathetic little games. Brexit
Chairman, this is not a point of order.
Is a trivial issue. I wondered whether, in the spirit of coming together, the Leader of the Opposition may wish to withdraw those personal remarks. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I think the member was looking for a point of personal explanation rather than a point of order. That would have made it constitutionally correct. The games that have been played today, and for example, in the next motion, we will see that actually we submitted ours in advance. Had this not been a game, it would have been shared with us in advance. We would have had time. So I do believe, but councillor, I said from the members opposite, I have a lot of respect for the individual member opposite as we've sat on committees together. But I'm afraid that this, in the way it has been handled...
Please wind up electronic. Okay, I think we should do a recorded vote, regardless. So, as always, motion, red to vote against, yellow to abstain. Is that everyone around? Okay, I think everyone has probably voted and it appears to be unanimous, so the motion is carried. Thank you all.
Members, I suggest we haven't got very much further to go. We carry on. But before we do that, we need to just take a vote on whether we can continue beyond 4 hours. I have a proposal from Councillor Heather Williams that we do so.
Propose that or second that, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Milnes has seconded. Good, thank you. So we come, I think, to item 14C, which is the motion standing in the name of Councillor Paul Bearpark. Councillor Bearpark.
Thank you, Chair. The Climate and Nature Bill is a bill that recognises the interconnectedness of climate and nature. Nature is our best and the best asset we have when it comes to mitigating the worst effects of climate change. So we need to not just be protecting nature in the UK, but we need to be restoring it. The motion asks members to endorse. So I'd like to run through the main objectives of the bill and to explain that it is a comprehensive bill and demonstrates a commitment to a sustainable, just and resilient future. It includes legally binding nature recovery targets. It is incredible that this is the first time such targets have been proposed for the UK. So it has mandatory targets to halt nature's decline by 2030. It has legally enforceable biodiversity restoration goals, and it protects and restores 30% of the UK's lands and marine environments. Is that it provides enhanced climate action commitments. Unlike the Climate Act, which only set a net zero goal for 2050, which was a mistake, it recognises that greenhouse gas emissions are cumulative, so sets interim targets. To help with this, it expands carbon pricing and emissions trading schemes. It accelerates the phase-out of fossil fuel infrastructure. It mandates climate risk reporting for all large businesses. It includes a just transition framework for workers and communities. There is a £10 billion green comprehensive retraining programs for workers in carbon-intensive industries, and it priority job creation in green sectors. It also includes something we've been asking for quite a while, and is local and regional empowerment. So the bill ensures local communities are at the heart of environmental transformation. It will provide this council to continue great work on its doubling strategy and zero carbon strategy. Right incentive projects for local nature recovery strategies and participatory decision-making mechanisms for environmental policies. It also has support for nature-based solutions to climate challenges. As I mentioned previously, nature is our best friend in mitigating climate change. It also commits the UK to strengthen international climate cooperation, supporting the Global South in adaptation, sharing green technology and expertise internationally, and providing climate finance and technology transfer. It also includes rural community engagement and relating to the previous and agricultural community in transition. It provides development. The bill recognises fundamental objectives. The UK Climate and Nature Bill is the comprehensive bill that considers climate and nature as interconnected, but also considers the technological and societal changes that must happen in a just way to repair our relationship with nature and the climate.
Thank you, Councillor Bear Park. Do you have a seconder for your motion?
Yes.
Councillor Mills, do you want to reserve your comments to later?
Wrong mic.
You've now got both of them on.
Oh.
Thank you. Right. So, who do we come to? Is that Councillor Heather Williams? I think maybe you have an amendment to propose?
Yes, Chair. So we have one sentence which I spoke with the move of the motion this morning, and we've provided it for and democratic services.
Can we put that on the screen? Yes, we have that in hand. Thank you.
Chair, as it's one sentence, I'm happy to move, or do you want to wait?
Right. Perhaps you would like to move your amendment.
As was shared earlier on today. And this is about sort of getting public buy-in. I don't want to preempt what the move of the motion is going to say about things being he's referenced that it being in the bill itself. But I think things can change, and I just want to be really clear as to us as a council. Because what I've found is really hard to get buy-in from residents sometimes is because they're worried what it's going to cost them in their pockets, and especially at the moment with costs rising and everything else, it can be actually harder to get them on board with making home adaptations and the such like. So you can see from the one sentence there, which would be an addition, so after the current framework, we believe the government must support residents to meet these targets without inflicting unnecessary increased financial pressure. So, for example, we don't want a situation where it's all gas boilers have got to go by 2030, and we're not going to give you any money, and you've got to be able to do that, because that can create anxiety. And I think if we are able to achieve everything that in here, I completely agree with everything, and we've always supported the administration when it comes to environmental issues where we can. I think it's it's important to make it really clear that we're not asking of any finances on our residents on this. And hopefully then we'll get more support and more public support, because to achieve this and to achieve everything we want to with our green credentials, as it were, we do need the public support across the political divide and across the generational divide as well. So this is my amendment, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I will ask you in a moment whether you have a seconder for your amendment. Yes. Before I ask Dr. Richard Williams, I'm just going to ask with Councillor Paul Bearpark, who proposed the motion, whether the amendment is accepted by the proposer.
No, I don't want to accept the amendment. Can I explain why?
I think we now proceed to the seconder, if he wishes to speak now or later. If
I'll speak later, thanks.
the seconder will speak later, we now come back to Councillor Paul Bearpark.
So the reason I think it's unnecessary, because the bill recognises that the shift to net zero isn't just an environmental imperative, but also socio-economic transformation that must be managed carefully and transparently. If we added that, it implies that the bill doesn't actually take any account of the fact that it is a bill for a just transition. It suggests it's not. So the bill does require government to develop a comprehensive strategy that considers the economic and social impacts of carbonisation. And it does ensure that it doesn't disproportionately burden lower income communities. A further point is, moving away from fossil fuels quickly, we will become more energy independent. We'll be less dependent on unstable supplies and prices. This means that, in your example, heat pumps, electricity for generating heat, will become a much lower cost and more stable method of heating our homes than gas. I mean, by endorsing the motion, we're also endorsing a fair and just transition. So I don't think this sentence adds anything, because it's already implicit in the bill.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers. I propose to come straight back to Councillor Richard Williams to second this, and then we will move quickly to a vote so that we can get on with the debate on the motion.
I'll be brief, Chair, just in the interest of time, because we've been here a while. Yeah, obviously I'm speaking to support the motion. I think it's really important, actually, that when we move to a more environmentally sustainable position, that we do take people with us, as Councillor Heather Williams has said. And there are concerns in this bill. So clause 1.2a.1 and clause 2.3a, which seek to impose legally binding obligations to limit carbon output from the United Kingdom, it could be potentially extremely economically costly to ordinary people. I don't think they quite realise the effect of what those provisions could mean. And there is also the question of the United Kingdom legally binding itself to this when other countries don't, and the economic costs that could come from that. So it's vital that when we do this, which we do need to do, we do it in a way that pays paramount attention to the costs on ordinary people, and that we do not do this in a way that imposes unreasonable financial costs. And I can't really see why that would be controversial.
Thank you. We now move straight to a vote on the amendment as on the screens above you. Well, almost straight to the vote on the amendment. So the usual procedure applies. If you are in favour of the amendment, you vote green. If you're against the amendment, you vote red. And if you're abstaining, you vote yellow. We have started again, so carry on voting as planned. So, in favour of the amendment, vote green. Against the amendment, vote red. Not yet. So is that the final outcome? Yes, that amendment is defeated. So we now come to back to the debate on the original motion as proposed by Councillor Bear Park. I think I have Councillor Heather Williams wanting to speak against that. Any other speakers? Councillor Heather Williams.
Chair, you are assumptive in my positioning.
Quite right. My apologies, Councillor Williams. Carry on.
Actually, is you're wrong. And it's hard to say that to a chair. As I said when I moved the amendment, we are supportive of what it's seeking to do. We have reservations in that area, and we've sought to change that, and I think hopefully we made that very clear ahead of the meeting that we were supportive of what it seeks to achieve. I think it is important that we act as much as one as possible. I think there's reference to cross-party support, and I think that's right, because when it comes to the environment, I've said before in this chamber that we are custodians, not owners. And sorry, it's Councillor Drew. No, oh, right. Okay. No, that's quite right, but I've been...
Please carry on.
Thank you. I just, after the rally, it was just shouts medic every time someone waves. As long as no one's got a medical emergency, we're all good. So yes, I think climate and nature, they come hand in hand, and very much hope that, you know, for generations to come in this respect, that we only get one shot at this, and we only get one shot at life on this planet, and I'd much rather that we are a generation that leave it better than we found it. And that's not to criticise anybody that went before, because nobody knew what would happen. And do you know what? We will make decisions that are wrong, but in good faith, I hope, and that's all we can do. So I will be supporting this motion. I do ask as well that when it comes to the resolution around the communications and stuff, that is not done on a political stance. I appreciate there are political figures referenced, but it used to be that we used to do joint communications on things when we were supportive of them, and I hope that that's something that we can revise and going forward. And thank you to Councillor Bear Park for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Members, I have been unable to see anyone else calling to speak. My Vice Chair is keeping an eye on that. I am blind to such matters. I have been unable to see anyone else who may be holding their hands up for the moment. Let me just summarise the position. We have the motion. I am aware that I may be blind. We have the motion has been proposed. The amendment has been defeated. The motion as unamended has now been supported by the Leader of the Opposition. We have the Deputy Leader of the Council standing by to second the original motion. I ask again, do we have any other speakers who wish to speak on this? We do. Councillor Tom Bygott, do we have any others? We do, Councillor Drew. We'll come to Councillor Bygott first, and then Councillor Drew, and then we will seek to sum this up and come to a decision. Councillor Bygott.
Thank you, Chairman. So, some years ago, this council had a vote on whether to declare a climate emergency. I'm very proud to say that I voted in favour of that because I believe in the environment. I consider myself to be a green member of this council. I just want to read a couple of things out of this motion just to sort of let you ponder this and just reflect for a little bit. So, in the section, Council further notes, the most successful of these bills, as introduced by the Lib Dem peer, Lord Reedsdale, 2 paragraphs down, Liberal Democrat MP, Dr. Ros Savage. So here we have the name of the political party written twice in a motion. Now, you know, certain topics are not political, and we should not be using motions to advance the cause of political parties. Is it really the appropriate way to behave to effectively put a motion up, get us all to support it because we actually agree with substantive points, but effectively have it, oh, we control the Liberal Democrat Council, therefore that's a great way of bringing more publicity to the Liberal Democrat MPs. I don't think that is a reasonable way to behave. Now, as it so happens, I am 100% on board with the idea of the UK moving to net zero as quickly as possible. I think the point was made earlier about energy independence. That is incredibly important. We need to move to wind, to solar, to all the other forms of energy, which means that we don't have to buy natural gas from Russia or other enemies that this country has. So 100% on board with that. Personally, I don't think this country should be making obligations in an international forum. I think we should do it ourselves, with Parliament being sovereign, head to net zero as quickly as we can without making those promises. Now, I just want you to reflect on this question. How would you feel if, at this point in the debate, I bring forward several pages of written amendment, all in red text, laying out in full how I personally believe we should be moving ahead towards net zero in the UK, but not having international obligations on that front? Would you like to have to decide on the spot whether you agreed with it might be a 5 or 6 page amendment on those ideas, and if I had a majority in this council, would you like your motion to be completely hijacked by having a whole series of things that you may not necessarily agree with?
Councillor Biden, you put an interesting question, but I'd ask you to just bring your remarks to conclusion.
I just put that to you just to reflect on that concept. Thank you.
Thank you. I next call Councillor Drew.
Thank you, Councillor Fane. I think in relation to the motion, in relation to the things that we're talking about, and the climate emergency, as Councillor Bigott's referred to, the point about this is that there does seem to be a political divide within this. I think it's entirely possible for everyone in the room, regardless of their politics and where they sit, to say, I support the idea of net zero, I support the idea of saving the planet and whatever else. But there is a fundamental political divide, and I think this talks to perhaps partly Councillor Bechart's decision to reject the reject the amendment and other things. You either believe that the importance of going to net zero and the importance of dealing with the climate emergency is such a clear and present danger and such an existential threat to life on the planet that you are prepared to argue for measures that are at times uncomfortable, that are at times difficult, that actually at times you are going to ask people to have to pay more than they may well currently pay, and you seek to make that as helpful for them as possible, or you adopt the attitude which many climate skeptics seem to adopt, which is to reject that idea and to say it's too difficult. We unfortunately at the moment have elected in different parts of the world people who perhaps just don't believe in that. We have a new American president coming in who clearly is a fundamental climate skeptic who's rejected the Paris Accords. Unfortunately, we have a newly elected Conservative Party leader who there are numerous examples of speeches that she has made that actually place her in the climate skeptic camp. Therefore, for me, I support this motion because it very clearly says to us that it's important and we must do it. And we're either willing to take the risks that are involved and to recognise the problems that we have, or we constantly seek to backtrack and we constantly talk it down. I fear that, unfortunately, we currently have a Conservative Party who are unwilling to take the steps that need to be taken. It doesn't mean individuals believe that, but that is where we are. And as Liberal Democrats, I'm pleased to see what is in the motion. I'm pleased to see that our politicians and their actions are being referenced, and we will continue to stand for the difficult decisions that need to be made so that we protect our planet and we do it in a way that is actually going to be effective and we take the steps that are needed. I fear, unfortunately, that not all on the political spectrum are as willing to act in that way.
I'm proposing now to go to Councillor Milnes, who was going to second the... I think, Councillor Williams, you've already spoken on the motion, so I'm proposing now to go to Councillor Milnes to second the original motion, which he chose to do at the end.
Thank you, Chair. So we have reactionary governance, recent, existing, impending. who are full of climate deniers. And month on month, we see the effects of droughts in the summer and storms in the winter. If we consider the cost of taking climate change action, we have to compare it with the cost of the climate change, such as the floods in Valencia. How much did that cost? It cost people's lives. They're unrecoverable. And these events, these global events, continue. So I'm pleased that the opposition has agreed with the motion. I wish that fellow party members of the party opposite, such as Rishi Sunak, who tried to buy votes by extending the ban on ICE, petrol and diesel cars, and it didn't work. But I'm still pleased that you're supporting us here today in this motion. So with that, I'll wrap up and say I'm delighted to support the motion and thank Councillor Bear Park for bringing it.
I now come to Councillor Bear Park. Do you wish to add anything to your earlier remarks in summing up the motion?
Just briefly, Chair.
Fair enough.
So I don't apologise at all for mentioning those in the motion who are trying hard to bring this motion as this bill as a private member's bill through Parliament, and they've been doing it for a long time, including Caroline Lucas. It's had 2 previous iterations, but bounced out by people who just weren't prepared to sufficiently consider the climate versus their own interests. I am delighted that all 72 Liberal Democrat MPs are supporting this bill, including our 3 MPs. By endorsing this bill and the actions this motion requests of the Council and the Leader, including writing to the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, we will encourage all MPs to support this critical bill. I do hope this will be supported cross-party, and I do welcome that it is supported, I think, across this chamber. However, although some Conservatives within Parliament support the bill, the new Conservative leader and the majority of the opposition may continue to punish our climate and our natural environment by making it a wedge and a populist issue. I hope that this will not be the case and it does have full cross-party support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. That concludes the debate on this motion. I wonder, can we take this by affirmation? All those in favour? Agreed. All those against? Abstaining? 1, 2. Do we need to have an electronic vote? I don't think so. So this motion is clearly passed with 2 abstentions. I didn't see any hands against. Am I right? Okay, so this motion is passed with 2 abstentions. Thank you, members. We then move on to the next item is just the Chairman's engagements. At item 15, I would merely add that I also attended the Citizens' Advice AGM on the 4th of November, and the Chief Executive and I were both there. Found it a very productive and useful meeting. For those of you who don't know of Tom Bacon, who had a key hand in developing the Tom Bacon, that was a celebration at Marshall's of Cambridge of a man who has justly deserved a blue plaque, which will go up in Little Shelford in part of my ward. And I was very pleased to attend 2 events to celebrate the, or to memorial events. In particular, I always regard it as a great honour that I get to represent this council at the Veterans' Day at the Cambridge American Cemetery, which I think is a very important international institution in our district. So enough on that from me. That brings us to the end of our formal business. Our next meeting will be held on the 25th of February And with that, I call this meeting to an end at 6:37 p.m. Thank you.